Chapter 27:14. Chen Zhao entered the river diagram. He started to study the series of techniques he'd just completed. To be honest, if Chen Zhao hadn't saved himself just now, he might really have died. In the past, Chen Zhao had always explored and cultivated by himself, but it had never been so dangerous. This time, if there was even the slightest mistake, it was possible that both his body and soul would be destroyed. Then, like the 1,000-year-old skeleton, he would be left with an empty shell. Luckily, he'd passed this trial. With the previous lesson, Chen Zhao had to be much more careful. Of course, both domestic cultivators and foreign spiritualists were the same. Only after suffering would one learn to be careful. But most of the time, suffering could mean losing one's life. Of course, this was also a danger that a pioneer had to face. In this era, there was probably no one who could guide Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao felt his inner world. After merging with the heavenly pattern, the outer world and inner world also merged into one. After studying for a long time, Chen Zhao finally figured out the function of the inner world. The inner world and the outer world formed a whole. It was different from the outer world, which was restricted by its surroundings. The inner world didn't have any restrictions. There was a saying, "The greater the heart, the greater the power." The inner world was also very suitable. The difference was how much power the body could withstand. In this aspect, Chen Zhao had the most advantage, at least compared to Zhang Tianyi, Baifla, and the 23rd Blood Mary. Chen Zhao was undoubtedly the one who could withstand it the most. Chen Zhao realized that Kunlai's technique wasn't complete. The cultivation technique he'd found here was also incomplete. Both were used to cultivate the inner world, but the methods were different. One was to absorb yin and yang chaotic qi, while the other was to absorb the more violent flame qi. Not only could he absorb the flame qi, but he could also absorb lava directly. To put it more directly, he could store lava in his brain and the inner world inside. Normal people wouldn't do this. Even people with the same cultivation as Chen Zhao wouldn't store lava directly. The weight of the lava wouldn't disappear. It would still become a part of the body. But Chen Zhao didn't care because he could completely withstand it. Through two completely different cultivation methods, Chen Zhao figured out a brand new cultivation method that belonged to him. One benefit of absorbing lava was that the lava contained a huge amount of flame qi. It was far denser than the flame qi in the air, and it was much more convenient to extract it. By releasing the flame qi from his inner world, Chen Zhao could instantly turn his small world into a scorching purgatory. It could even reach the surface of the sun in a small area. Moreover, the extra weight of the magma would give him a more realistic sense of impact in close combat. This was especially true when Meteor was released. The weight it brought would turn Meteor into a destructive move. However, the disadvantage was also obvious. It would make it difficult for him to move around, especially when taking public transportation. Unless Chen Zhao stayed in the air forever, this would have a serious impact on his private life. Therefore, Chen Zhao still decided to absorb the magma first, then enter the river diagram to absorb the heat in the magma, and then come out to absorb the magma. Although this cultivation method was complicated, it was very effective. Chen Zhao did it step by step. In the beginning, he was rather careful. However, as he familiarized himself with the entire process, his cultivation speed increased. The speed at which he absorbed the lava was extremely fast, and through the 1,000-fold time difference in the river diagram, the speed at which he absorbed the fiery aura was even faster. His inner world could contain an unlimited amount of fiery aura, which meant that there was no limit to this cultivation method. However, there was a problem: the cultivation speed and how much his body could contain. Chen Zhao had a godlike artifact, like the river diagram, so his cultivation speed increased by leaps and bounds. However, other people clearly didn't have such treasures. The growth of his inner world was the growth of his spiritual power. As Chen Zhao continuously absorbed the fiery aura, His spiritual power was also close to being able to control objects. This was the so-called psychokinesis. Of course, even without psychokinesis, Chen Zhao could still move anything in his inner world. However, psychokinesis was psychokinesis. It was a sign of highly condensed spiritual power. Some people were born with psychokinesis because their spiritual power was naturally higher than normal people's. They also knew how to condense their spiritual power. However, Chen Zhao's psychokinesis wasn't born with superior spiritual power. It was purely because it was huge. Moreover, Chen Zhao realized that he could start a fire anywhere in his inner world. If his opponent was a normal person, he could burn them to ashes with a single thought. Chen Zhao felt that he had to give himself a title from the supernatural world, such as Lava Tyrant. However, when he thought about it, Lava Tyrant sounded like a villain no matter how he thought about it. At least he'd done a few positive things in the open and in the dark. Therefore, if he wanted to give it a name, he needed a more positive one. For example, God of Fire or God of the Sun. However, Bifla had once said that he couldn't casually use the names and titles of gods on himself. Without the power of a god, he shouldn't covet the title of a god. That would only bring him misfortune. 2 days later, Chen Zhao finally crawled out of the crack in the ice. Right now, Chogo Peak was engulfed in a snowstorm. The visibility was no more than 5 meters. Even Chen Zhao's supervision couldn't see more than this. However, Chen Zhao's inner world had already covered more than 2,000 meters. In these 2 days, Chen Zhao's inner world had expanded again. It was now 2,000 meters in diameter. Chen Zhao's spiritual power had also increased by more than 10 times. He could even see the shape of each falling snowflake. Just then, a dozen figures appeared in Chen Zhao's perception range. They were the mountaineering team. Their original plan was to go to the next station. However, they were attacked by a snowstorm on the way. As a result, they had to advance and retreat. In such a snowstorm, they couldn't even move 200 meters in 10 hours. After a short discussion, they decided to continue climbing the mountain and try to reach the next station before dark. Chen Zhao stood in the snowstorm and eavesdropped on their conversation. They didn't talk much, and they were all using walkie-talkies. However, Chen Zhao still heard their conversation and learned of their current predicament. A few of them were already out of energy. If he didn't do anything, they might die here. After all, the mortality rate on Chogo Peak was as high as 27%. Chen Zhao felt that if he didn't interfere, they would really die here. Chapter 27:15. This wasn't a pleasant process. Mountaineers were warriors. They used this process to challenge themselves. They challenged the limits of humans. But at the same time, they used their uncertain future to warn others. They were similar to Chen Zhao in this aspect. They were both walking on a tightrope. They were both walking on an unknown path. They followed the footprints that their predecessors couldn't recognize. If they took a step, they might see boundless light or a bottomless abyss. Of course, the biggest possibility was that the team would collapse along the way. Cold and fatigue eroded their willpower. Chen Zhao lifted his head and looked at the sky. Perhaps he could control the weather in a small area. Chen Zhao consciously released his scorching heat into the sky. There was a thunder cloud thousands of meters up in the sky. The thunder cloud was affected by the cold air, causing a snowstorm. Moreover, Mount Chogo was located at the border of Central Asia. The hot wind from Central Asia rubbed against the cold air, creating a strong collision of air currents. This was also the reason why Mount Chogo's weather was extremely bad most of the time. Chen Zhao thought that he should be able to disperse the thundercloud. Of course, he could save the team with his own hands. However, doing so would shatter the faith in their hearts. It might even topple their worldview. Just think about it. They'd worked so hard, but others could even stand on the side and watch. They could easily accomplish what they'd tried their best to do. To them, this was a disaster of faith. Moreover, Chen Zhao wanted to try doing some things that he couldn't do in the past. For example, the ability to summon the wind and rain in the legends. The heat Qin Zhao released quickly formed a huge ball of hot air. It crashed into the thundercloud in the sky. Boom! The huge impact cleared the sky. The team all looked up at the sky. They didn't understand what was happening, but they didn't think too much about it. After all, in such an extremely harsh environment, anything could happen. But before Chen Zhao could be happy, the cumulus clouds gathered again. Chen Zhao could feel that an even bigger storm was about to form. Because the hot air he'd released had replaced the air in the surrounding area, the hot air was changing its home field with the cold air in the surrounding area. At the same time, the collision between the cold and hot air became more intense. In other words, he'd created a superstorm with his own hands. He had to admit that this was a new skill that he'd unintentionally developed. This was basically a disguised strategic weapon. However, there was one drawback to this skill. It was useless against high-level players. Basically, it was used to slaughter civilians. Why would he want something like that? Be a bastard against humanity? Chen Zhao felt like his brain was filled with lava. However, he wouldn't go so far as to do something so stupid. This skill's destruction and lethality couldn't compare to Meteor. Unless Chen Zhao used this skill in a tropical or subtropical city with a sunny beach. The people there all wore casual shorts. However, releasing flame qi in such a place would only bring about tropical storms. If it was thrown in an area like Siberia, it would at most reduce the number of wild animals in the area, and its lethality to humans would be close to zero. After all, everyone who lived in Siberia wore a few windbreakers. Chen Zhao looked at the mountaineering team. It looked like he had done something stupid. He had made their situation even more difficult. He could only give up on trying to save them by changing the environment. Chen Zhao helped them block the wind. At the same time, he raised the surrounding temperature appropriately, temporarily lowering the difficulty for them. Li, do you feel it? That's weird. The wind is weaker and the temperature is rising. Birmingham, do you know what's going on? That's weird. Why is it like this? Is it our near-death hallucination? From what I can see, there's still a blizzard 600 meters ahead. But why is the blizzard blocked? The team member glanced at his watch. The surrounding temperature is 12 degrees. Is there something wrong? Chen Zhao ignored these rambling climbers. After they reached the base, Chen Zhao left Chogo Peak. Just then, his phone rang. Chen Zhao, where are you? I'm on my way to Dragon Tiger Mountain. More accurately, I'm in the stratosphere. You can fly that high? I'm suddenly envious of you. I wonder if I can make it in time to focus on strengthening. Zhang Tianyi was confident that he wasn't weaker than Chen Zhao. However, he couldn't fly that high. It wasn't that Zhang Tianyi couldn't fly, but he couldn't move long distances at that height. The low temperature, low pressure, and cosmic radiation were all very threatening to Zhang Tianyi. However, for someone like Chen Zhao, these extreme environments didn't affect him at all. You better hurry. Our plane leaves at 3 in the afternoon. You still have 2 hours. You seem to have some misunderstanding about my movement speed. Even if I fly by myself, I'll reach the Qinling Mountains before you. Forget it. I have nothing to talk about with a bastard with a monstrous body like you. Zhang Tianyi was full of envy and jealousy. However, his cultivation direction was completely different from Chen Zhao's. While he was envious, he couldn't become Chen Zhao. Pop! When Chen Zhao landed on Dragon Tiger Mountain, he was stopped by the mountain's protective array. However, Chen Zhao still landed forcefully. The protective array didn't forcefully curse Chen Zhao's landing. It seemed that if he exceeded a certain limit, the array would automatically let him through. Chen Zhao arrived at the main hall of Dragon Tiger Mountain's Celestial Master's sect. Zhang Tianyi walked out, followed by 4 young men and women. The 4 young men and women were all beauties. The men were extraordinarily handsome, and the women were youthful and beautiful. However, their clothes didn't fit in with the Celestial Master's sect. They looked like 4 fashionable men and women. It was even more awkward for them to follow behind Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, are you planning to form a team and debut? Looking at your position, it looks like you're going to debut at the center position. With that, Chen Zhao was immediately stared at by 4 death stares. When the 4 young men looked at Chen Zhao, their eyes were filled with hostility. Before you have enough strength, hide your thoughts. Otherwise, you'll be killed by that bastard. Zhang Tianyi didn't need to turn his head to know what the 4 young men were thinking. Chen Zhao was 29 now. The oldest of the 4 was probably only in their early 20s. Naturally, Chen Zhao was their senior. Of course, those 4 arrogant and unruly juniors. He definitely wouldn't accept Chen Zhao's identity as a senior. If you're not convinced, just come over. Chen Zhao, you're not here to discipline the kids for me. Chapter 27:16. Advisor, we want to try and see how big the difference is between us and this master you hired. No need to try. If the difference isn't big, you can recognize yourselves. But if it's too big, the difference will be meaningless. Zhang Tianyi rejected the young people's request decisively. Just then, Chen Zhao interrupted. Old Zhang, I'm happy to help you take care of these kids. The word kids sounded too awkward coming from Chen Zhao's mouth. It felt like he was mocking the young people. Chen Zhao didn't care if Zhang Tianyi was happy or not. He stepped forward. Come, all 4 of you together. Zhang Tianyi's face darkened. Do you need to discipline my great disciples? Chen Zhao, stop messing around. We still have to go to the airport. It's fine. It'll end soon. Zhang Tianyi was upset. It was fine if Chen Zhao couldn't persuade him. After all, he didn't have any good intentions. But his great disciples were also like this. What was going on? Just then, one of the girls walked out. Her hair instantly turned red. Sir, please. The red-haired girl's entire body was emitting hot flames. Special bloodline. Chen Zhao was surprised. You don't look hot enough. I'll add some more. Chen Zhao didn't seem to do anything, but the flames on the red-haired girl suddenly turned deep red. Ah, hot, hot, ah. Chen Zhao immediately retracted the flames and absorbed the red-haired girls. The flames were finally extinguished. Sorry, I've been studying fire spells recently, Chen Zhao said, chuckling. At the same time, he glanced at Zhang Tianyi from the corner of his eye. Zhang Tianyi's eyelids twitched in anger. He was always protective. Of course. He wasn't happy to see Chen Zhao bully his disciple. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao and lowered his head. He secretly sent a telepathic message to his 4 disciples. Don't use lightning and water, Zhang Tianyi said. He's better at those 2. Shou Yi, Wei Ming, you don't need to do anything. Fanya, you can use chaos spells to create some trouble for him. Just a little trouble and we'll win. Grand Master, even if he knows thunder, water, and fire, it can only be said that his spell system is very complicated. He can't be compared to pure, awakened ones like us. His magic system isn't complicated. He isn't a fire element, nor is he a water element, nor is he a lightning element. He's a Hercules, a strengthening element. That's what he's best at. Hercules? That's even less of a problem. I don't believe I will lose to a strong man. Don't be silly. Zhang Tianyi rolled his eyes. If you look down on him just because he's a strong man, the next time you meet him, you'll only be crushed into a fried dough twist. Zhang Tian pointed at the red-haired girl on the ground. A clear mind technique fell on her body, moisturizing her burnt skin. Fanya, whom he had called out, walked out and said, Your Excellency, please advise me. Zhang Tianyi kept staring at Chen Zhao. He could vaguely feel that Chen Zhao's aura seemed to have changed after 2 days. This was also why he didn't forcefully stop his 4 great disciples from challenging Chen Zhao. He wanted to test Chen Zhao with the 4 of them. Fanya's aura was very obscure. Chen Zhao could feel her aura, but he couldn't tell what element it was. Chen Zhao tilted his head and looked at Fanya. With a point of his finger, a ball of flame appeared before Fangya. But the moment the flame approached Fangya, it actually turned into nothingness. No element. Chen Zhao raised an eyebrow. Fang, you seem to have the same constitution as him. She could turn all directional spells into elemental spiritual qi. Of course, the biggest feature of an elemental constitution wasn't just immunity to most spells. Moreover, it could directly absorb spirit qi and use it to transform into magical power to attack. Fang Yu was very good at this. She directly turned the fire Qi Qin Zhao released into her own attack. Fang Yu pushed her palm out, and a huge palm several meters wide slapped at Qin Zhao. Whoosh! The palm landed on Chen Zhao's body directly. Qin Zhao took a step back. Qin Zhao was stunned. Zhang Tianyi suddenly laughed out loud. Chen Zhao, you lost. Haha, you actually lost to my great disciple. Chen Zhao's face darkened. He looked at Fangya. He didn't want to admit it, but he didn't want to argue either, even if he'd been distracted just now. Let's go, Qin Zhao said with a dark expression. We have to catch a flight. Zhang Tianyi was very excited that Qin Zhao had lost. Last time he'd lost to Qin Zhao. This time his great disciple had actually helped him win. This made him very excited, even if the victory and defeat were just on the surface. If they really fought, the four juniors wouldn't even be able to last a second against Qin Zhao. Fang Yu was able to become his great disciple because Zhang Tianyi had actually raised her like a personal disciple. In terms of talent, Fang Yu wasn't actually outstanding. It could even be said to be very mediocre. At least, she was much more mediocre than the other three. But Zhang Tianyi saw Qin Zhao's shadow in Fang Yu, even though the two were a solar system apart. But Zhang Tianyi really wanted to copy a monster like Qin Zhao. Moreover, after reading through the books, he realized that Fang Yu's constitution was the legendary chaotic constitution. All elements would return to chaos when they approached her. In terms of Dharma, Fang Yu's absorption ability wasn't strong and her comprehension was mediocre. But Zhang Tianyi had high hopes for Fang Yu. Compared to the other three geniuses, he even thought more highly of Fang Yu. Fang Yu didn't just have the characteristic of turning spells of other elements into chaos. Furthermore, she was very compatible with it. She could be compatible with all elements. For example, fire and water. For normal cultivators, these two elements countered each other. But Fang Yu wouldn't feel any conflict at all. Moreover, Zhang Tianyi could better understand Qin Zhao's weakness from Fang Yu. This was also one of his plans. The other three young men were also very proud. After all, Fang Yu was also one of them. Fang Yu's victory was their victory. Okay, pack up. You don't have to do anything in the Qinling Mountains. You just have to watch from the side. This demon-subduing trip will be the battle and responsibility you'll face in the future. Yes, this disciple will follow your instructions. They're going to? Are you sure they're not feeding the 1,000-year-old corpse? Qin Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi with a strange expression. Huh, don't forget that little girl defeated you before. If you can go, why can't she go? Zhang Tianyi said with a smile, even though the two of them were well aware of it. But Zhang Tianyi liked to use this reason to annoy Qin Zhao. Actually, he just wanted to bring Fang Yu and let her see how her senior fought. Chapter 27:17. After boarding the plane, Qin Zhao fell into a deep sleep. Chen Zhao had been gone for 2 days, but the amount of sleep he lacked was far more than that. It wouldn't affect Chen Zhao's physical condition, but he would still get some sleep when necessary. No matter how fit or energetic a person was, they still needed to sleep. Just because you weren't tired didn't mean you didn't need to sleep. Apart from replenishing your energy, sleep could also adjust your body cells and physiological functions to their best state. Chen Zhao was no exception. It was one thing to be energetic, but after a long period of activity, the body's reaction mechanism would be out of balance. It was the same logic as how people needed holidays after work. Chen Zhao's body needed holidays too. Zhang Tianyi was enjoying the service of the flight attendants. The old man was dressed in a Chinese tunic suit. He looked quite cool. Fanya, Zhou Yi, Wei Ming, and Li Qin were gathered together. They were discussing in low voices. Anyway, they didn't like Chen Zhao in any way. They felt that Zhang Yi had found the wrong person. They thought that Chen Zhao was just an empty shell. Maybe he was strong, but he wasn't as strong as the four of them working together. When Chen Zhao boarded the plane, he immediately fell asleep in his seat. He didn't look like an expert at all. Zhang Tianyi only woke him up after he got off the plane. If the four young people thought so, they might as well let Chen Zhao sleep on the plane forever. Chen Zhao rubbed his sleepy eyes and asked, "Where are we going now? The hotel? Haven't you slept enough?" Zhang Tianyi glanced at him. "I haven't been sleeping enough recently," Chen Zhao said calmly. "Also, I'm hungry." "Didn't you remove the spell on you?" "Yes, but eating and sleeping are normal physiological needs." "You look like you haven't slept or eaten for a year." Zhang Tianyi's unintentional words hit the nail on the head. Chen Zhao hadn't slept or eaten for almost a year. "Forget it. Wake me up when we get there." Chen Zhao yawned and fell asleep in his seat. Chen Zhao didn't know how long he slept for. When Zhang Tianyi woke him up again, the sky was already gray. Chen Zhao rubbed his eyes. The car was moving slowly and bumpily. "Where are we?" "In the mountains," Zhang Tianyi said. "This is deep in the nature reserve, so there are not many man-made facilities, and there is only a dirt road on the ground. This place could be considered a deep mountain forest. Due to the color of the sky, this place looked a little dim. Most of the light was blocked by the dense vegetation. At this moment, the car stopped. The driver was a local. After dropping them off, he said a few words and left. "What do we do now? Where should I go?" Chen Zhao asked. Zhang Tianyi looked around. Waiting for someone. Waiting for someone? Zhang Tianyi's face suddenly broke into a smile, and he called out in a clear voice, "Immortal Wu Su, Immortal Qingping, since you're here, why are you still hiding?" Perfected Wu Su and perfected Qingping were nearby. He didn't feel it at all. However, after waiting for a long time, the two of them did not appear. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi was still smiling. "Looks like they're not nearby. What were you doing just now?" "I'm testing them. If they are nearby and I take the initiative to invite them, it will show that I am very smart," Zhang Tianyi said matter-of-factly. "Don't you think it's embarrassing to guess wrong?" "It's fine. There are no outsiders here." "Huh." Chen Zhao sneered. Just then, Chen Zhao felt two auras approaching. Zhang Tianyi felt it almost at the same time. "Huh, they're here." Soon he saw perfected Qingping and perfected Wu Su arrive on an old, green, three-wheeled motorcycle. Perfected Wu Su was an old bag of bones. He was dressed rather casually and looked rather fashionable. He wore a motorcycle helmet, a loose t-shirt, and a pair of kneeling shorts. However, his white goatee flew in the wind, indicating his age. Comparatively, perfected Qingping was much more normal. When he saw Chen Zhao, he wasn't surprised. Instead, he nodded slightly at Chen Zhao from a dozen meters away. Chen Zhao was a bit confused. When they first met, it was a situation where they would fight to the death. Especially later, when he crippled Zhangding. He and Mao Mountain should be absolutely irreconcilable, right? Even if perfected Qingping knew that Chen Zhao was coming, he shouldn't be so calm. He shouldn't be so calm, right? At the very least, he should show some anger or hatred. But what's with that calm greeting? Is there some conspiracy? Perfected Tianyi, you're right. Perfected Wu Su and perfected Qingping greeted Zhang Tianyi with a Taoist seal. They were probably the three most senior people in Taoism. Of course, they might also be the three most senior people in the Huaxia spiritual world. Their status was also extremely respected. But after the greeting, The three went back to calling each other like normal. Old Zhang, Old Li, and Old Qin were all familiar names. I thought you would bring some disciples, Zhang Tianyi said. Forget it. I'm not completely confident this time, so I won't bring any disciples, Perfected Wu Su said. At the same time, he looked at the people behind Zhang Tianyi. Old Zhang, you're really brave. You actually brought 4 disciples. Anyway, I'm prepared, Zhang Tianyi said, smiling. If the situation turns bad, I'll run away. Let's go, Perfected Qingping said. We still have a long way to go. At the same time, he glanced at Chen Zhao. Aren't you going to talk to him? No, Perfected Qingping said. I'll find a chance to talk to him later. Zhang Tianyi turned around and said to Qin Zhao and the others, Qin Zhao, let's go. The mountain road wasn't easy to walk on, but that was only for normal people or cultivators. At least, the mountain road that caused some trouble for Fanya and the others didn't bring too much trouble to Chen Zhao, Zhang Tianyi, Perfected Wu Su, and Perfected Qingping. Right at this moment, an extremely strong odor assaulted their nostrils. The smell wasn't disgusting, but it made them feel uncomfortable. It was as if some highly toxic chemical had leaked out. Along with the smell, there were also some blurry shadows. They shuttled through the forest in front of them, making it difficult for the naked eye to catch their figures. Chen Zhao still looked listless. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Tianyi and the others. Leave it to us 3 old guys, Zhang Tianyi said. Zhang Tianyi clearly planned to leave the most difficult part to Qin Zhao. Of course, Qin Zhao had already mentally prepared himself before coming. Chapter 27:18. Fang, you looked at the battle before her. Those 3 were the few remaining antique figures in the Huaxia, or even the entire world. Those demons and ghosts that they had never heard of could not even last a round in front of them. Fang Ye saw with her own eyes that a monster the size of a small mountain had its guts pierced by Zhang Tianyi's heavenly lightning summoning. That kind of monster that only existed in nightmares was like a little kitten in front of Zhang Tianyi. She looked at Chen Zhao beside her. He was still in a daze. He couldn't even walk into a tree. Fang Ye was completely speechless. Was this guy here to be a judge like her? Qin Zhao had been adjusting his mental state. He kept making his mental state reach its peak, perfect, and even surpass it, ever since his inner world opened. Chen Zhao's mental power had reached a terrifying level. Mental power didn't just affect the environment and enemies. It also affected his own body. Taoist Wushu turned to look at Chen Zhao, surprise in his eyes. That kid gave me a different feeling again, Taoist Wushu said. What do you think? I didn't find the wrong person, right? If there are no accidents, he'll be the uncrowned king of the spiritual world in the next 100 years. Zhang Tianyi nodded slightly. He'd also foreseen this situation. Chen Zhao's rise was too fast and too powerful. When he'd found out about Chen Zhao, he'd already reached the top. Furthermore, with his enhancing type ability, his future was practically sealed. Perhaps someone could defeat him, but no one could kill him. For example, if the 3 of them really wanted to deal with Qin Zhao, it wasn't like they had no way. They could seal him for a few years, or even a few decades. But what about after that? If Chen Zhao died in the seal after a few decades, everything would be fine. But if Chen Zhao didn't die in the seal, then everything would be fine. When they reached the end of their lives, the sects behind them would face a destructive blow. This meant that they weren't willing to become enemies with Qin Zhao. There were no benefits. Instead, there would be terrifying consequences. And the old antiques weren't willing to do anything. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the ability. Moreover, no one would be willing to do something like harming others without benefiting themselves. Zhang Tianyi turned to look at Qin Zhao. Surprise flashed in his eyes. How did Qin Zhao's spiritual power become so powerful? It would only take 2 days. How did he manage to expand his mental strength by 100-fold in just 2 days? Chen Zhao's spiritual power was already very strong. At the very least, there was a difference of tens of times between them and ordinary cultivators. But with this foundation, Chen Zhao was 100 times stronger. No matter how he thought about it, it was inconceivable. Was it because of the inner world? Zhang Tianyi had never cultivated the inner heaven and earth, but he had read about the various miracles of the inner heaven and earth through the records in the mountain gate. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi's first thought was that Chen Zhao had succeeded in cultivating his inner world. Opening his inner world resulted in a sharp increase in his mental strength. Enlightened Wu Su and enlightened Qingping did not know much about it. He felt that Chen Zhao's spiritual power was unfathomable. When perfected Qingping heard perfected Wushu say that Chen Zhao would be the uncrowned king of the supernatural world in the next 100 years, his gaze became even more determined. In fact, immortal Qingping's thoughts were very simple. Because of Zhang Ding, the Maoshan inner sect was in a state of decline. No matter what Zhang Ding did, he was still the face of Mao Mountain. But now, Mao Mountain's reputation had been destroyed. Moreover, Zhang Ding had caused a scene in the Maoshan inner sect. In the end, he had even flattened the Yao Ceiling Tower. It was a huge blow to the Mao Mountain disciples. But what if the person who had humiliated the Maoshan inner sect was actually a member of Mao Mountain? Moreover, he was someone who was destined to bring glory to Mao Mountain. It was just like how Zhang Tianyi had brought the Celestial Master sect to Dragon Tiger Mountain. Dragon Tiger Mountain and Mao Mountain were actually on the same level. In terms of heritage, background, and heritage, Mao Mountain was not inferior to Dragon Tiger Mountain. The only difference was that Dragon Tiger Mountain had Zhang Tianyi. But now, she felt that Mao Mountain had a hope of having another Zhang Tianyi. No, he had more advantages than Zhang Tianyi. He was younger, and he could even lead Mao Mountain until the next spiritual tide. Of course, the premise was that he could resolve his grudge with Mao Mountain. But to perfected Qingping, Chen Zhao's heritage was inextricably linked to Mao Mountain. Even Chen Zhao did not deny it. Moreover, she did not plan to pursue the matter with Zhang Ding. As long as Chen Zhao was willing to admit that he was from the Qingyi sect, she would be able to get him to admit that he was from the Maoshan sect. Then, she could ask Chen Zhao to inherit Mao Mountain's heritage, and it would be much easier. Perfected Qingping's cultivation was not comparable to Zhang Tianyi's. In fact, her current cultivation did not truly belong to her. But in terms of political wisdom, she was not inferior to Zhang Tianyi. In the past few decades, Zhang Ding had not only caused trouble for the Maoshan sect, but she had resolved all of them. Zhang Ding was the face of the Maoshan sect. But in terms of power and influence, Zhang Ding might not be able to compare to perfected Qingping. To perfected Qingping, as long as he could get Chen Zhao, any compromise would be acceptable, because this person's value was simply too great. Take the current Zhang Tianyi as a comparison. All the organizations and departments wanted Zhang Tianyi to have his name on them. What special chairman? What honorary member? What grand elder? As long as Zhang Tianyi nodded, they would be willing to sell their own organizations. Chen Zhao could vaguely sense perfected Qingping's intentions. Of course, Chen Zhao would not say anything. Chen Zhao did not have a good impression of the Maoshan sect. After all, not long ago, they had been at each other's throats. Moreover, Chen Zhao had destroyed one of their pillars. With such a huge grudge, it would be strange if they could really let go of it. So, Chen Zhao had been avoiding contact with perfected Qingping. On one hand, he'd gotten his revenge, and the spell on him had been removed. So he did not want to have any conflict with the Maoshan sect now, and he did not want to have any relationship with the Maoshan sect. So the best choice was to keep his current distance. Chen Zhao had been paying attention to the changes in his external and internal worlds. Chen Zhao felt that he still did not fully understand his internal worlds. The abilities of his internal worlds did not seem to be limited to what they were currently. They did not only make his spiritual power skyrocket, they did not just increase his spiritual power, but the feeling was too vague. Chen Zhao was like a blind man groping an elephant. At the same time, he was a lone pioneer. With no one to guide him, he could only find his way forward. Chapter 2719. Something's wrong. There seem to be more demons here, Zhang Tianyi said with a frown. Zhang Tianyi said with a frown. At the same time, he casually flicked his hand, sending out a straight line. More than 10 demonized demons were instantly vaporized. Spiritual Master Wushu and Spiritual Master Qingping felt it too. It wouldn't be strange if the leaking demonic qi had infected the demons here. But the problem was that there were too many demons here. They even exceeded the number of demons in the Qinling Mountains. Moreover, most of them had been baptized by modern society. How could they gather here in large numbers and wait for the 1,000-year-old demon to transform them into another person? More and more fiendish demons appeared in front of them. The three finally felt something was wrong. Why do I feel like we've fallen into the 1,000-year-old corpse's trap, like the ancestor from 1,000 years ago? That's impossible, Spiritual Master Qingping said with a frown. No one can break the seal. Maybe no one can break the seal, but it's not impossible to undo the seal in advance. At least we all know what to do, Zhang Tianyi said. And we don't need to do it too much in advance, just a few days in advance. Doesn't this mean that we're going to face that old monster? Moreover, it's an old monster in his prime, or even more terrifying than we imagined. This means that the situation we're facing is more dangerous than we imagined. Someone's helping that old monster escape. It's okay. If the situation changes, he'll take the blame and we'll retreat first, Zhang Tianyi muttered. Old Zhang, I heard you. Although Chen Zhao was more than 20 meters away, he could still hear old Zhang. Chen Zhao was more than 20 meters away, but he couldn't withstand the spiritual power he released. The slightest movement in the surroundings was basically imprinted in his mind like a light bulb. Compared to the small world in the past, his senses were sharper. Suddenly, Chen Zhao reached out and grabbed Fangya's shoulder. Fangya was stunned. What? The next moment, Fangya felt Chen Zhao pull her violently. She took a few steps back and fell on her, but then Chen Zhao walked in front and replied indifferently, "To save your life." You. Fangya stood up, wanting to argue with him. Just then, Chen Zhao raised his voice again. Old Zhang, look after your disciple. I won't be so kind as to save her again next time. As an elder, you should act like one. I asked you to take care of my disciples and granddisciples because I wanted you to set an example for them. At this time, 2 pitch-black demons appeared in front of Zhang Tianyi. Although there was no such thing as good or bad power in this world, the demons that were eroded by the demonic aura were basically no longer on good terms. It was as if his brain had been filled with gutter oil. Basically, he had to say goodbye to reason. Ouch. I've absorbed some devil qi into my body. I can't take it anymore. Enlighten Wu Su, enlighten Qingping, you guys take over, Zhang Tianyi suddenly shouted. Taoist Wushu and Taoist Qingping rolled their eyes at Zhang Tianyi. With Zhang Tianyi's cultivation, even if he were to inhale it as oxygen, it would only be an aerobic exercise for him, let alone a little bit of demonic qi. The only ones who could be infected by the devil qi were Fangya and the other 3 children. Anyway, the few of them could basically absorb the devil qi as a trace element. After all, the demonic qi contained some spiritual components that were useful to their cultivation. At their level, they couldn't truly be invulnerable. But just relying on the devil qi was basically like sending food to them. It was just like how he devoured the 2 old demons, the giant dragon and Kunlai. The devil qi on the 2 old demons would basically turn ordinary people or cultivators black if they touched it. In the end, it was a feast for Chen Zhao. To be able to send so many demons here, including some foreign ones, it means that the person who let the 1,000-year-old corpse out of prison in advance has a strong identity and power. This is going to be troublesome. Enlightened Wu Su was also afraid of trouble, especially this time, which wasn't just any ordinary trouble. 1,000 years ago, the 1,000-year-old corpse had caused 2 deaths and 1 injury to the leaders of the 3 mountains. Moreover, it had rampaged through the spiritual world in the Central Plains, and no one could stop it for decades. 1,000 years later, it would probably be even more difficult to deal with than 1,000 years ago. Of course, 1,000 years later wasn't the same as 1,000 years ago. After all, it was the end of the Tang dynasty 1,000 years ago. It was chaotic and the court was powerless. But now it was peaceful and the 1,000-year-old corpse had appeared. If it did whatever it wanted, it would indeed bring about a lot of turmoil. But what about after the turmoil? No matter how strong the 1,000-year-old corpse was, it was still alone. Could it recruit soldiers and plot to usurp the throne? What a joke! It wasn't just ordinary people who were patriotic. Nowadays, demons were patriotic too. Who wants to play with you and usurp the throne? Therefore, the 1,000-year-old corpse couldn't be as unbridled as it was 1,000 years ago. What they had to do now was to make the turmoil smaller or extinguish it before it happened. Just then, Qin Zhao pinched his nose. The 3 old Taoist priests in front covered their mouths. They couldn't help it. There was an extremely strong corpse aura in front of them. What's that smell? Does it smell nice? Fangya sniffed and asked in confusion. That's the smell of the corpse fragrance, pill, mixed with corpse aura. Qin Zhao glanced at Fangya. Do you think it smells good? If you smell too much, livor mortis will appear on your body. Usually, zombies that awaken in the wild use corpse fragrance to trap living creatures. Oh, it can also cause arthritis. Qin Zhao explained enthusiastically. Fangya and the other 3 immediately covered their noses. It's not as bad as he says. You're all talented people. Don't be scared by his words. Zhang Tianyi reminded them from the front. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief and glared at Qin Zhao. At most, there's a small chance that you'll die from the corpse poison. It's not that troublesome, Zhang Tianyi added. Zhang Tianyi looked around. I want to see if there's anything special about 1,000-year-old demon's corpse. Roar! Suddenly, a white figure pounced out of the darkness. Sizzle! Before the white figure could get close to Zhang Tianyi, it was struck in the head by a purple electric arc and fell to the ground. It was a bald, humanoid creature with short white hair all over its body. Black blood spurted out of the exploded head and emitted a strong stench. Just then, more white-haired creatures appeared in the darkness. Are they white-haired zombies? Spiritual Master Qingping asked. They're much faster than white-haired zombies. Zhang Tianyi shook his head. They're almost as fast as bronze zombies. They're just not as strong, but the corpse poison they carry is even stronger than bronze zombies. Chapter 27:20. Zombies were divided into different levels too. The weakest were the living corpses, followed by iron corpses, bronze corpses, silver corpses, and gold corpses. Of course, there was another type of mutation after the living corpses, the white-furred zombies. As for the zombies with the title of metal, they were divided into different levels. There was a clear difference in strength. Moreover, it could also be refined continuously to reach a higher level of zombies. However, the disadvantage was that they weren't easy to refine and their numbers were limited. The biggest advantage of white-furred zombies was that they could be mass-produced. As long as one could master the mutation method, they could be mass-produced. Almost all the major sects had their own techniques too. Even normal cultivators who knew a bit about refining corpses could develop the white-furred zombie technique. Therefore, there were many types of white-furred zombies in the Huaxia supernatural world. They all had their own specialties. This was what Zhang Tianyi had said earlier. He wanted to see how different the white-furred zombies made by the 1,000-year-old corpse were. However, there were so many white-furred zombies here that it made one's hair stand on end. Even Zhang Tianyi, Spiritual Master Wushu, and Spiritual Master Qingping were extremely busy. With their strength, although the white-furred zombies were powerful, they couldn't pose a threat to them no matter how many there were. Although they couldn't pose a threat, they could cause trouble. Zhang Tianyi could kill dozens of white-furred zombies with one lightning bringer. However, he couldn't kill the white-furred zombies before him at all. The corpses used by the white-furred zombies aren't from the present. Zhang Tianyi said, "They look like ancient soldiers. There are some marks on them. It's the zombie soldiers used to suppress the 1,000-year-old corpse," Spiritual Master Qingping said. Spiritual Master Qingping said, "These corpse soldiers were collected by the imperial court over the past few decades. There were 200,000 corpse soldiers in total. They were then refined into corpse soldiers by the ancestors of Maoshan Mountain. Then they gathered the souls of the soldiers and worked with the heavenly spirit killing array. Only then did they suppress the ancient corpse for 1,000 years." Taoist Master Qingping looked at these corpse soldiers with a complicated look in his eyes. But after the 1,000-year-old corpse was unsealed, these corpse soldiers that were used to suppress it were also the first to suffer revenge. Now they have become the 1,000-year-old corpse's puppets. 200,000. It's so bitter. Zhang Tianyi frowned. If they had enough time, any one of them could defeat the 200,000 zombie soldiers. However, the current situation didn't allow them to delay. Chen Zhao suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the three people fighting before him. "I can sense that the corpse qi on these corpse soldiers that were killed seems to be guided by some kind of power." The three of them were stunned for a moment and exchanged glances. Just now, when they killed these corpse soldiers, the scene was a bit chaotic, so they didn't think too much about it. But after Chen Zhao's reminder, they realized that the corpse aura of the corpse soldiers they had killed seemed to be guided by some kind of power. Zhang Tianyi was shocked. "Not good. This is the place where the coffins fall. 9 meridians burial of bones, heaven and earth burial of souls." Enlightened Master Wusu and enlightened Master Qingping's expressions changed. "Qin Zhao, is there any way to completely destroy the corpse qi?" "No," Qin Zhao answered directly. At the same time, Qin Zhao gave Zhang Tianyi a questioning look. "That 1,000-year-old corpse wants to give us a taste of our own medicine. Our ancestor sealed him for 1,000 years, and now he wants to seal us. The corpse soldiers we kill will emit corpse aura. This is also the place where the coffins fall. So the corpse aura will gather and not disperse. The 1,000-year-old corpse wants to use the corpse aura and the coffins to form a 9-veins soul burial formation." Chen Zhao thought about it. After all, he didn't want to be sealed. Moreover, this 9-veins soul burial formation wasn't something good just from its name. Chen Zhao raised his right palm and controlled the surrounding corpse aura to gather in his palm. "Can you tell what method he's using?" Perfected Wushu asked in a low voice. Perfected Qingping and Zhang Tianyi both shook their heads. This move was very strange. Chen Zhao didn't use any magic either. "You guys continue killing. I'll control the corpse aura." Chen Zhao wasn't using any method at all. He was using the power of the small world. He was using the power of the small world to forcibly attract the corpse aura. Although the corpse aura was being guided and controlled, it was still nothing compared to the power of Chen Zhao's small world. Compared to the power of Chen Zhao's small world, this guiding power was nothing. It was like a tug of war between an adult and a baby. The two weren't on the same level at all. If the opponent wasn't outside the range of his small world, Chen Zhao would have pulled the opponent over along with himself. The corpse aura gathered in Chen Zhao's palm and formed a turbid, solid gray bead. Soon, the surrounding corpse aura was sucked dry. Chen Zhao clearly didn't plan on stopping just like that. Chen Zhao felt that the small world wasn't only effective on the outside. It could even affect the white-haired zombies. Chen Zhao realized that he could actually suck out the corpse aura from the zombies' bodies. Immediately, the white-haired zombies fell down in rows. It was a spectacular scene. "Huh." Chen Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi and the others. Chen Zhao wanted to see if this would work on Zhang Tianyi and the others. However, the The small world was immediately blocked by the aura of Zhang Tianyi and the others. Qin Zhao pursed his lips and looked at Fanya and the others. He planned on trying the same thing on them. The four of them suddenly felt a terrifying power pass through their bodies. The result was the same. Their spiritual power blocked Chen Zhao's small world. Chen Zhao's small world could tear them into pieces instantly. However, he couldn't suck out all their energy like the white-haired zombies. Zhang Tianyi and the others turned to look at Chen Zhao. They didn't expect Chen Zhao to have such a killer move. In an instant, he killed almost 200,000 white-haired zombies. Chen Zhao put away the bead condensed from corpse aura. The bead was less than 1 centimeter in diameter, but it weighed 1,000,000 tons. It was condensed from the purest corpse aura. 9 guys with heavy corpse aura are coming, Qin Zhao warned. Actually, they already felt it without Qin Zhao's reminder. Not long after, the 9 fellows exuding corpse aura appeared in front of them. Chen Zhao wanted to use the same trick again, but they were also protected by spiritual power. Qin Zhao was surprised. These 9 should be zombies, right? Zombies were corpses, which were dead things. They shouldn't have intelligence, let alone spiritual power, right? These 9 zombies were countless times stronger than the soldiers before in terms of aura and size. Moreover, they were all wearing armor, just like the generals of ancient times. Qingping narrowed his eyes and looked at the 9 zombies. 9 refinements, golden body. Although spiritual master Qingping wasn't from the Black Cloth sect, but Mao Mountain was the authority in this area. Qingping himself also knew a few strange corpse-refining techniques. Therefore, he immediately realized that the 9 zombies were all using the forbidden technique. 9 refined golden body. Careful, these zombies are extremely strong. They can't be attacked by water or fire, and the 5 elements can't be destroyed. Their bodies are indestructible. You can only destroy them with spells outside of the 5 elements. Chapter 27-21. To Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wushu, and perfected Qingping, these 9 zombies were already very troublesome enemies. They weren't powerless, but they wouldn't be as relaxed as before. I'll take care of one first, perfected Qingping shouted. Cyclic coffin. A cyclic coffin suddenly appeared under one of the zombies' feet. The zombie was placed inside, and the coffin closed. Heavy knocking sounds could be heard coming from the bronze coffin, but they couldn't break it open. The cyclic coffin slowly sank into the ground. Perfected, Qingping pressed his palm into the air. The cyclic coffin didn't make any more sounds. Enlightened Master Wu Su tossed out a square seal. He'd thought that the seal was used to smash people, but after it left perfected Wushu's hand, dozens of beams of white light shot out. The white light instantly pierced through the 2 zombies in front of him, leaving thousands of holes. Zhang Tianyi wasn't any weaker than them. Chains shot out from the darkness, one after another, binding the 3 zombies. Then he directed lightning to hit the zombies along the chains. The 3 zombies were electrocuted into charcoal. In 10 minutes, 9 extremely powerful zombies had been destroyed. Of course, not all of them had been destroyed. 3 of them had been suppressed by perfected Qingping. She clearly had an idea about the 3 zombies. She planned to take them home for research. At the moment, on a mountain shrouded in darkness, a few figures appeared. 9-tailed fox. Are those the leaders of Kunlun Mountain, Mao Mountain, and Dragon Tiger Mountain? Yes. Tamamonome nodded. She was just curious why Mao Mountain had sent perfected Qingping instead of Zhangding. It was a little different from her plan, but it wouldn't affect her plan too much. But Tamamonome realized that there was someone else among the group. Qinjiao? Why was he here? Tamamonome didn't react at all. She didn't show any emotion. According to our agreement, lend me your sword. Mr. Kaniya, with your cultivation, there is no need for you to borrow my sword, Tamamonome said with a light smile. The cultivation of those three people is not weak, especially the Taoist priest from Kunlun Mountain and Longhu Mountain. Compared to their grandmaster 1,000 years ago, they are much stronger. Even from 10 miles away, I can feel the threat that they bring to me. Moreover, they should have already felt that the plan and trap that I made earlier will probably fail. In the end, we still have to use our true strength to decide the outcome. Those three people are not weak, especially the Taoist priest from Kunlun Mountain and Longhu Mountain. Tamamo-no-Mae smiled as she took out her Kusanagi sword, but she didn't directly hand it over to the Kinyaka-san. Mr. Junfang, I can lend you the sword, but aren't you going to follow our agreement and lend me the item? I never go back on my word, Tamamo-no-Mae said calmly. But before that, you need to help me kill those 3 human cultivators. I'm afraid I can't, Tamamo-no-Mae said calmly. My cultivation is shallow, and I'm a fox demon, so I'm afraid of thunder spells. Those 3 cultivators all have extremely powerful thunder spells. If I rashly get involved in the battle, I'm afraid that dying would be the least of my worries. If I'm not careful, I'll be destroyed in both body and soul. Humph. Mr. Junfang snorted coldly. He was very dissatisfied with Tamamo-no-Mae's decision to stay out of it. Tamamo-no-Mae's so-called fear of thunder spells was just an excuse. Ordinary fox demons were afraid of thunder spells because they didn't have a human body, but they still had a human nature. They were a different kind of demon, so they were rejected by the heaven and earth lock. Every 500 years of cultivation, a fox demon would experience a lightning tribulation. Therefore, the fear of thunder spells was imprinted in the blood of fox demons. Tamamo-no-Mae was different. She was a fox of the Green Mountains. She was born with 9 tails, so she was a different kind of fox demon. She could even control thunder spells. How could she be afraid of thunder spells? Therefore, Tamamo-no-Mae's words were just excuses. Mr. Junfang didn't believe Tamamo-no-Mae's words. Of course, Tamamo-no-Mae didn't expect her excuses to fool Mr. Junfang. She was just making up an excuse to show that she didn't want to participate in the battle. If Mr. Junfang could show his ability to suppress everyone, she wouldn't mind. She didn't mind adding icing on the cake so that Mr. Junfang could win more easily. However, Zhang Tianyi perfected Wushu and perfected Qingping were the strongest team in China's supernatural world. Moreover, it could be seen from Mr. Junfang's fear of the 3. Even he didn't have the confidence to win. He had also neglected Qin Zhao, the person that even Tamamo-no-Mae was afraid of. When she broke out of the seal, she had already lost to Qin Zhao once. She hadn't been in a good state at that time, but a loss was a loss. Now, Tamamo-no-Mae's cultivation had completely recovered. However, she could feel that Chen Zhao's cultivation had improved since they last met in Istanbul. It even gave her a very bad feeling. Actually, Tamamo-no-Mae had obtained some things from the Kusanagi sword recently. Not only had her spiritual power completely recovered, but her cultivation had also improved. She had originally thought that she wouldn't lose so easily against Qin Zhao. However, when she met Chen Zhao again, that kind of self-confidence had already disappeared. She only felt an inexplicable fear. The feeling that Chen Zhao gave her was that he was more dangerous than ever before. It was obvious that while she was growing, Qin Zhao was also growing. Moreover, he was growing faster than her. Therefore, she was only willing to follow the original agreement and lend the Kusanagi sword to Mr. Junfang. At the moment, the Kusanagi sword was only a sharp sword to her. After learning the secret of the Kusanagi sword, she didn't need it as a weapon anymore. Therefore, even if Mr. Junfang wasn't willing to return the Kusanagi sword, she didn't care. Moreover, she didn't believe that Mr. Junfang would fall out with her for a sword that was only sharp. Suddenly, Mr. Junfang looked at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao, who was several kilometers away, also felt someone's gaze. Separated by the vast darkness of the night, their eyes met. Who is that? Mr. Junfang realized that he had forgotten someone. The person wasn't old, but he made Mr. Junfang feel a little uncomfortable. Tamamo frowned and shook her head. I don't know him. His cultivation is extraordinary. His eyes are sharp, and his senses are extremely acute. He hides his aura. Even I can't sense his strength. He can't be an ordinary person. There are many masters in the world, Tamamo said indifferently. Especially among the humans, there are countless hidden masters. It's not strange to see a few of them occasionally. Mr. Junfang shook his head and said, How can a hidden master like him be hidden? If you think it's inappropriate, why don't you leave now and think about it in the future? Junfang shook his head. You've said it before. Now that the world is at peace and it's a golden age, the imperial court has the extraordinary power to suppress everything. If I can't cripple the leaders of Kunlun, Longhu, and Maoshan sects, I'll have to face eternal pursuit in the future. Chapter 27-22. Mr. Jun's idea was simple. For one, he didn't know much about the current era. What he knew so far came from Tamamo no Mei and her subordinates. What Tamamo no Mei told him should be true. After all, he would find out as soon as he left the forest. Therefore, it was meaningless to hide it from him. Therefore, he had a rough understanding of the power of the mortal world. If he came out, the imperial court wouldn't be able to tolerate him. Therefore, Mr. Jun hoped to cripple Kunlun Mountain, Mao Mountain, and Longhu Mountain, which were most likely to pose a threat to him. As long as he dealt with the strongest cultivators of the three mountains, they would be the top 3 cultivators of China. Then, even if the imperial court hunted him down in the future, he would at least have an easier time. Tamamo no Mei's help was a plan that had been made 1,000 years ago. At that time, Mr. Jun felt that he wasn't strong enough to do whatever he wanted. Being sealed by the cultivators of Mao Mountain and the Central Plains was only part of his plan. Before he was sealed, he made a trip to Japan. He found the sealed Tamamo no Mei. At that time, Tamamo no Mei was the only person he could think of who could cooperate with him and had the qualifications to do so. He helped Tamamo no Mei remove the seal in advance, and Tamamo no Mei needed to do the same for him after he removed the seal. Just like that, the two peerless monsters reached an agreement. Even though it had been 1,000 years, it seemed that the two monsters kept their promises, putting aside their respective plans and schemes. In terms of helping the other party remove the seal in advance, they had done it. Mr. Jun did this because he was worried that the cultivators would set up a trap in advance. If there was a formation, he could set up a targeted trap in advance. He might be able to seal Mr. Jun again. He had to remove the seal in advance and make preparations in advance. Only then would he be able to take the initiative. However, there seemed to be some problems with his preparations. First of all, the 3 great cultivators of the 3 mountains were all more powerful than he had imagined. Moreover, the inheritance of 1,000 years seemed to have reached them, making them even more powerful. They were even more powerful than the cultivators of the 3 mountains 1,000 years ago. In particular, Zhang Tianyi, an enlightened master wushu, gave him a feeling that the cultivators of the 3 mountains 1,000 years ago weren't a threat. As for the young man outside of his plan, he gave him a very bad feeling. It wasn't just a threat. It was also dangerous. Jun Fang furrowed his eyebrows. That man likely cultivates an essence soul dharma spell. It's very powerful. Mr. Jun Fang sensed a faint mental power enveloping his surroundings. Because the mental energy was too far away, it was hard to detect. Moreover, due to the protection of his body, his mental power could not penetrate his body to investigate. However, he was still able to release his mental power from such a distance. That was enough to make him fearful. Essence soul dharma spells? Tamamo no Mei's eyes flashed. Essence soul dharma spells were actually mental spells. She denied knowing Chen Zhao, but she could not forget Chen Zhao's cultivation system. Chen Zhao was clearly an enhancer. Why did Jun Fangsen say that it was a spirit type? Her senses weren't as sharp as Jun Bangsan's. However, She knew that Mr. June must have made a mistake. After all, she had fought Chen Zhao before. Therefore, she wouldn't mistake Chen Zhao's cultivation system. But now Jun Bang-san was mistaken. So she had to reconsider their partnership. After all, even his enemy's power system was wrong. Their chances of winning would also become very slim. 1,000 years ago, you received an Essence Soul attack too, right? So you should be immune to Essence Soul attacks now, right? Jun Fong shook his head and said, that depends on the level of the primordial spirit attack. This person's primordial spirit is so strong that I've never seen it before. If he uses some primordial spirit spell that I've never seen before, even I wouldn't dare to say that I can defeat him easily. Actually, ever since he'd mastered the demon body, he had a passive skill. As long as it didn't kill him, it would make him stronger. At least, for most spells, as long as it wasn't an instant death spell. Every time he would increase his magic resistance by different amounts. In the past few decades, he'd caused havoc in the Central Plains. It was to attract cultivators to attack him. Then his resistance would also increase. However, there was a limit to this resistance. It wasn't absolute immunity. 1,000 years ago, there weren't any outstanding cultivators with Essence Soul spells. There were even fewer who specialized in Essence Soul cultivation. Mr. Jun Fong looked into the distance in the darkness. He might be a good choice. He can help me make up for what I lack in Essence Soul. This person's aura is thick and fierce, Tamamo reminded. He looks more like a strong man. It should be because his Essence Soul is thick and solid, Mr. Jun Fong said. A strong man can't reach such a level. Even a demon can't, let alone a human. Tamamo gave up on correcting Mr. Jun Fong. Since Mr. Jun Fong's personality was like this, she obviously wouldn't meddle. After all, he was stubborn and believed that what he thought was right. He wouldn't listen to other people's suggestions or opinions. Only after suffering would he understand what was wrong. However, the enemy he was facing was Chen Zhao. Would Chen Zhao allow him to correct his mistakes? Tamamo, no, Mei wasn't optimistic at all. After all, even if Chen Zhao was willing to correct his mistakes, Zhang Tianyi and the others probably wouldn't be happy either. Thus, Tamamo was even more determined in her strategy. She would just be a spectator and not interfere with the battle at all. Her main force was making a fool of herself. Was she going to die? At the same time, Zhang Tianyi, Spiritual Master Wushu, and Spiritual Master Qingping suddenly stopped. Do you feel it? There's a huge evil in that direction. 2 auras. No, 2 of them are the strongest. There are 3 weaker ones. Among the 2 enormous presences, one must be the 1,000-year ancient corpse, but who is the other one? It's unfamiliar. Tamamo no Mei, the 9-tailed fox. She went to Japan to cause trouble in the past and was sealed. She only escaped last year. I fought her once. Not only did Chen Zhao feel it, but he could also see Tamamo no Mei through his spiritual power. He could also see the 3 unfamiliar demons behind Tamamo no Mei. They were all very strong. In terms of power, they were already at the peak of the Shangqing realm. Chen Zhao also noticed the owner of the other aura. It was very strange. It was like a human, but not a human, like a demon, but not a demon. Zhang Tianyi naturally knew that Chen Zhao and Tamamo had fought before. That was also the first time he'd schemed against Chen Zhao and roasted him over a fire. How strong is Tamamo no Mei? She'd just been unsealed, so I can't tell how strong she is. I won by a bit, but it's been so long. She's probably recovered to her peak. She's probably stronger than that 1,000-year-old corpse. Chapter 27-23. Grandmaster, leave that Tamamo no Mei to us. We can stall her, Fangya said firmly. Her eyes shone with confidence. The other 3 had the same look and determination. Zhang Tianyi, Taoist Wushu, and Taoist Qingping glanced at each other. Taoist Qingping suddenly laughed. Celestial Teacher Zhang, you're indeed extraordinary. Even a junior like you has such vigor and courage. Looks like we're lagging behind. We didn't have such courage when we were young, Taoist Wuxi said, chuckling. Of course. Zhang Tianyi could tell that Taoist Wushu and Taoist Qingping's words were full of mockery. Where did you get the confidence to think you can stop Tamamo no Mei? Zhang Tianyi felt that his 4 disciples were a bit arrogant, but he still admired their courage. He was rather peaceful and didn't want to destroy their enthusiasm and courage. Fangya and the others exchanged glances. Fangya walked up and said, since he can deal with Tamamo no Mei alone, we should be fine if we work together. Huh. Qin Zhao rubbed his nose and chuckled at Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi almost lost his balance. His head spun. Fuck, he shouldn't have let them spar with Qin Zhao. No, he didn't even let them meet. Qin Zhao was poisonous. It had only been half a day and his disciples had been poisoned. Their brains weren't enough to explain the severity of the problem. It was like mercury poisoning in the brain. They'd actually exchanged one move with Qin Zhao. Then, Fangya succeeded in one move and defeated Qin Zhao. This was the reason why they could deal with Tamamo no Mei. Yes, it was reasonable and convincing. Taoist Wushu and Taoist Qingping also turned their heads to avoid Zhang Tianyi's awkward expression. Right now, Zhang Tianyi was thinking about finding a corner with no one and burying these 4 idiotic youths. That would be an insult to the sect. This wasn't the place to use your confidence. Zhang Tianyi felt stifled. Just then, 2 auras rushed toward him. The darkness and vegetation before him were instantly pierced, forming a path of fire. A man and a woman walked through the path of fire. Behind the man and woman, there were 4 figures that clearly had the appearance or body shape of monsters. It was not difficult to identify the origins of the 4 demons. A man in a kimono had his right hand resting on the hilt of a katana hanging from his waist. Demon blade. Qin Zhao was no stranger to him. After all, he had once robbed one of Tamamo no Mei's old subordinates, the white-face Oni. The devil blade incarnation in front of him had a murderous aura and a sharp chill that were not inferior to white-face Guiche. It seemed like there were quite a number of powerful demon swords in Japan. Qin Zhao had thought that the white-faced demon was one of the best Japanese swordsmen. He did not expect that there would be another equally strong devil blade. On the left of the devil blade incarnation was a white-clothed woman wearing a witch's attire. The woman's eyes were very beautiful. Her hair was long and straight, and there was a faint smile on her face. The aura on his body was not chaotic like that of a demon. Instead, it had a hint of friendliness. He was also from Japan. However, the aura of that woman was the opposite of the woman in black, standing on her left. The woman in black had strange patterns on her face. Her body was hidden under a black robe, and something unsettling seemed to be brewing inside. What a strange woman! Qin Zhao looked at her a few more times. As for the last one, Qin Zhao was somewhat familiar with his state. It should be the amalgamation of countless souls controlled by a powerful consciousness. On the other hand, the leaders Tamamo no Mei and Mr. Junfang looked ordinary. At least, Fangya and the other 3 young people could not sense Tamamo no Mei and Mr. Junfang's auras. Therefore, their senses were not as direct as the 4 great demons behind them. The 2 sides did not attack immediately. After all, they were all people with status and reputation. Therefore, it was necessary to use their eyes to express their respect for each other. Of course, this would only last for a moment. Then it was time to analyze the situation. 4 teams against 2, Qin Zhao said, chuckling. Looks like we have a higher chance of winning. Fangya and the others could not help but roll their eyes. None of the opponents were easy to deal with. Was victory calculated like this? Moreover, the opponents also seemed to have 6 people, while they should have 8. No matter what, the 4 of them should be included, right? Victory is not calculated like this. Mr. Junfang smiled faintly. At the same time, he turned to Tamamo no Mei. How many can you take down? Tamamo no Mei was speechless. She really did not want to get involved. I can take down any one of the 3 Taoists. I won't lose before you decide the winner. She was not hiding her strength. Instead, she had come to this conclusion after seriously comparing their strengths. Mr. Jun Fong was not surprised by Tamamo no Mei's answer. Instead, it was reasonable. Then, can your 4 subordinates contribute? They can hold one of them for 15 minutes. Tamamo no Mei looked at Chen Zhao. Except for that one, Mr. Jun Fong calculated silently. Tamamo no Mei would hold one of them, and her 4 subordinates would hold another for 15 minutes. He had to deal with the remaining 2 and make at least one of them lose the ability to fight in 15 minutes. Otherwise, the 4 cannon fodder would have been dealt with in a quarter of an hour, and the pressure on him would have been even greater. Tamamo no Mei, you're also a monster from the Central Plains. Although you're not active in China, don't forget where your roots are. Spiritual Master Wu Su was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he planned to instigate a rebellion before the battle. If he succeeded, everyone would be happy. If he failed, he would not lose anything. Spiritual Master Wu Su, I have my own goal, so I won't bother you. Since you recognize me, why don't we fight? Success and failure are determined by victory and defeat. This is the ancient common sense. Spiritual Master Wu Su shook his head. That's your strategy. It's not in our interest. So you want to get cold feet? Tamamo no Mei chuckled at Spiritual Master Wu Su. Spiritual Master Wu Su was not stupid. Such simple provocation was useless against old things like him. Even the young and energetic Chen Zhao would not fall for it. Spiritual Master Wu Su, this battle is unavoidable. Whether you want to fight or not, it's not up to you. We have to fight, but it's not just a simple fight. Spiritual Master Wu Su did not want to be held back by Tamamo no Mei. Suddenly, Zhang Tianyi yelled, "Done!" Done. What was done? Chen Zhao was confused. What had happened? Weren't they still discussing the competition? Why did you suddenly say done? Chapter 27-24. Unexpected opponents appeared on both sides. Mr. Jun's side was obviously Tamamo. On Zhang Tianyi's side was Chen Zhao. The seemingly friendly meeting between the 2 sides broke in an instant. The first to attack was Sword Genius. Sword Genius flashed like a ghost and appeared before Fangya. At that moment, Fangya felt that the cold blade was only 0.1 centimeters away from her head. Just at this critical moment, 2 fingers pinched the edge of the demon's blade. Sword Genius was also dazed for a moment. He looked at Chen Zhao in shock. At that moment, he wasn't thinking about how to counterattack, but how to retreat. At the same time, Tamamo's other general, 1,000 spirits, the amalgamation of countless souls. He attacked. His first choice was to help Sword Genius. 1,000 spirits opened his mouth and spat out countless evil spirits. The evil spirits charged at Chen Zhao like a wave of dirty water. Chen Zhao punched Devil Blade with the back of his hand. Clang! With the sound of metal clashing, Sword Genius was sent flying. As countless broken blades flew around, the Devil's Blade suffered a fatal injury. His demonic aura spread out uncontrollably. Chen Zhao turned around and looked at 1,000 spirits. A wave of lava and dark serum rose under his feet and charged at the evil spirit wave. The evil spirit wave was instantly destroyed by the dark lava. The dark magma continued to rush towards 1,000 spirits with unstoppable force. 1,000 spirits wanted to reorganize his defense, but Tamamo reached out and pulled him back. "Idiot, don't fight him head-on." Chen Zhao snorted and lifted his finger. A red and black blade split out of the dark lava and shot towards Tamamo no Mei. Tamamo quickly dodged, but she was still 1 step too late. Her right arm, along with 1,000 souls as she was pulling, were chopped off. In an instant, the dark lava swallowed 1,000 spirits. 1,000 spirits didn't even have time to struggle. He disappeared into the dark lava without a sound. Tamamo snorted and flew higher into the sky. She looked down angrily at Changzhou. "Cleanse your sins and summon you to rebirth." The witch held the soul-summoning spell and waved it lightly. The spell released purple mana. It formed a gigantic purple sphere that enveloped her and another bewitching woman whose entire body was covered in purple patterns. The purple sphere blocked the dark magma, but it didn't last long. This was because cracks had already appeared on the purple sphere when it came into contact with the dark lava. Tamamo no Mae, who was in the sky, shouted. Her body transformed into her original form. An 100-meter-long nine-tailed fox appeared in front of everyone. The nine-tailed fox slammed its claws on the ground. A huge gap appeared between Qin Zhao and the witch. The dark magma poured into the chasm, slowing down the impact of the dark magma on Miko-sama. At this time, Fanya and the others were already dumbfounded. In just a few short seconds, Qin Xiaobei's eyes widened. In just a few seconds, for them, it might be the charging time of an intermediate spell. But Chen Zhao, Tamamo no Mae, and the four monsters had already fought a few rounds. Even a great demon from the enemy side was heavily injured, and 1,000 souls had been devoured. Chen Zhao did not attack again. Instead, he stared at Tamamo no Mae. The Tamamo no Mae in front of him was much smaller than the first time he saw her, but the demonic aura on her body was more than 10 times stronger than before. The 9 tails behind her swayed. Every time they swung, the surrounding spiritual qi would be stirred up. Perfected Qingping, perfected Wushu, and Zhang Tianyi also tensed up. As long as Mr. Junfang attacked, they would immediately attack too. At this point, there was no need for any schemes or traps. Only when the winner was decided could the result be known. It didn't matter who was righteous or evil. The winner naturally represented justice. Mr. Junfang snickered. He didn't plan on continuing the confrontation. To him, stalling for time wouldn't do him any good. So, Mr. Junfang attacked first. Suddenly, a twisted, bloody arm stretched out from Mr. Junfang's left shoulder. The arm was even larger than Mr. Junfang's body. At the same time, it emitted a frightening demonic aura. Demonic body. Zhang Tianyi's expression froze. The 3 cultivators attacked at the same time. Perfected Wushu quickly performed a hand seal. All the spiritual qi in the area was guided by his magic power. Divine would realm sea. The surrounding sea of trees seemed to have come to life. The roots grew rapidly like wriggling dragons that swept towards Mr. Junfang. The demonic arm behind Mr. Junfang slammed the ground with all its might, creating a circle of black flames. The black flames instantly burned the surrounding roots into ashes. But this divine would realm sea wasn't an ordinary technique. If it could be easily destroyed, perfected Wushu would have retired long ago. Although the black flames burned a large number of roots, more of them swept towards Mr. Junfang. Finally, the first root wrapped around Mr. Junfang's demonic arm. Mr. Junfang's demonic arm tore down with all its might. The root was instantly torn apart. Even more tendrils wrapped themselves around Jun Bangsan's entire body. Swords! Zhang Tianyi shouted. Hundreds of divine weapons appeared in the sky. Go! Zhang Tianyi pointed at Mr. Junfang. Hundreds of divine weapons pierced into the roots in an instant. In the next instant, the roots exploded. Mr. Junfang flew out of the explosion unscathed. However, he had an additional demonic arm. One of the arms held a strange-looking long sword. Qin Zhao recognized the sword in Mr. Junfang's hand. It was the national treasure of Japan, the Kusanagi sword. Back then, he'd stolen the Yasukani no Magatama, and Tamamo no Mae had stolen the Kusanagi sword. However, the Kusanagi sword was a bit strange. Chen Zhao didn't know if it was an illusion, but it seemed like the Kusanagi sword was missing something. Chen Zhao looked at Tamamonome. Are you sure you want to work with this failure that looks like it came from an underfunded biochemistry lab? It doesn't have a future. Tamamonome glanced at Mr. Junfeng and said, I've never seen Mr. Junfeng's real body. It does look cheap now, but Mr. Junfeng's power is real. Even you might not be able to win. Chen Zhao had seen many lab products. At least half of them were much more beautiful than the thing in front of him. Mr. Junfeng felt a little stifled. He'd been sealed for 2,000 years, but his intelligence was still there. So, he roughly understood the main idea of Chen Zhao and Tamamonome's conversation. They were just complaining about his poor appearance. Mr. Junfeng. Zhang Tianyi narrowed his eyes and looked at Mr. Junfeng. I didn't expect it to be the famous, immortal Su Fu. Fellow Taoist, you also know my common name? Chapter 27-25. In the past 5,000 years, it's basically impossible to find someone like Immortal Su who tricked an emperor into this realm. Therefore, Immortal Su is the #1 Taoist scammer. Mr. Junfeng chuckled as well. Sigh. Fellow Taoist, you're too kind. I'm an immortal, not a Taoist, so I don't deserve to be called the #1 Taoist scammer. Su Fu, also known as Junfeng, was the #1 scammer. He dared to trick and successfully trick the first emperor. Only this Su Fu, great immortal Su. Seeing that we're fated, why don't we make friends today? Let's each take a step back and say goodbye. Zhang Tianyi chuckled. We can make friends. But can you return the treasures you took from our 3 mountains 1,000 years ago? The 3 treasures have already merged with me. Seems like I can't make friends today. Mr. Junfeng's smile gradually faded. It's fine. The person we hired is best at dismantling all kinds of things, from buildings to human organs. There's nothing he can't dismantle. Mr. Junfeng looked at Chen Zhao. He could feel the dangerous feeling Chen Zhao gave him. This feeling was completely different from Zhang Tianyi, perfected wushu, and perfected qingping. Zhang Tianyi, perfected wushu, and perfected qingping were the best in the world. However, he knew most of their cultivation, magic power, and even the spells they cultivated. It could even be said that he was familiar with them. Thus, he wasn't afraid of the 3. Even if they teamed up, Mr. Junfeng was confident he could defeat them. Only Chen Zhao made him feel threatened. Even now, he still hadn't figured out what power system Chen Zhao had. Chen Zhao glanced at Zhang Tianyi, then perfected wushu and perfected qingping. I don't know why, but I suddenly feel like you guys are a hindrance here. Zhang Tianyi, perfected wushu, perfected qingping. It was an arrogant statement in the spiritual world of China and even the world. Basically, no person or group dared to say such things, especially when the 3 of them were present at the same time. Zhang Tianyi chuckled. Chen Zhao, are you confident? I don't know. That Su guy hasn't used his full strength yet. Then shall we stall Tamamonome for you? No need. Chen Zhao shook his head. She's not in the way. Tamamonome's smile was filled with displeasure. Yep, she was very displeased. Chen Zhao, don't be too arrogant, Tamamonome said faintly. Her real body was in a pouncing posture. Her 9 tails were no longer swinging, but raised up high. Tamamonome grinned, her eyes emitting an ominous glint. Looks like I can't hold back anymore, Mr. Junfeng said calmly. Mr. Junfeng's body grew larger, and 2 more pairs of arms appeared on his back. His body also started to turn golden. In terms of quality, it was many times stronger than before. If the previous Junbang-san looked like a failed product from an underfunded biology lab, then Junbang-san was now a completely different person. In that case, the current Junbang-san was a pay-to-win boss. At the very least, his body was plated with a layer of gold. Chen Zhao's eyes suddenly turned red. Then a beam of red light shot out. Death ray? The principle is the same as the death ray. In fact, it was just a layer of fire element covering the eyes. Then, Through the stimulation of magic power, the fire element burst out. Chen Zhao had always known the principle of the death ray. However, he hadn't mastered the power of the fire system in the past. So, even if he knew the principle, he couldn't use it. But after Chen Zhao opened his inner world, his inner world had completely turned into the fire element. The fire chi and nirvana flame had completely fused together. So, all the requirements of the death ray were fulfilled. Not just the death ray. Chen Zhao had also mastered many fire spells in the past. Of course, most fire spells were meaningless to Chen Zhao. When the death ray shot toward Mr. Junfeng, he raised a golden arm to block it. Mr. Junfeng's golden arm was almost burned red by Chen Zhao's death ray, but it didn't do much damage to him. At least, Chen Zhao felt like his death ray was just tickling him. Mr. Junfeng wasn't just blocking Chen Zhao's death ray. His other arm was preparing a violent fire spell. His right hand blocked and absorbed Chen Zhao's death ray. Then his left hand used the absorbed fire energy to release a fire spell. The next moment, a red beam of light whizzed out of Mr. Junfeng's palm. A terrifying heat wave landed on Chen Zhao's body. But the same thing happened. Chen Zhao absorbed the heat wave directly. Both Chen Zhao and Mr. Junfeng expended very little energy in this exchange. It was almost the same amount of energy that Chen Zhao released. After Mr. Junfeng absorbed and processed it, it was sent back to Chen Zhao. There was almost no energy consumption in the process. This meant that both Chen Zhao and Mr. Junfeng had a very high utilization rate of energy. Fire element. Mr. Junfeng stared at Chen Zhao with sparkling eyes. Since he knew Chen Zhao's element, it was easy. Mr. Junfeng had a very high resistance to fire. He was almost immune to it. Not only was his resistance high, but he could also absorb fire energy attacks. So he felt that he was invincible in this battle. The pair of golden arms at the top of Mr. Junfeng's back rose high. The sky rumbled. A terrifying electric snake landed on Mr. Junfeng's right palm. Then he aimed his left palm at Chen Zhao. Boom! The electric current was almost endless. Mr. Junfeng had only used a spell to guide the lightning. He didn't create the current himself. So, as long as the electric current in the clouds wasn't used up, the terrifying attack wouldn't stop. Zhang Tiany's expression changed when he saw Mr. Junfeng's lightning-attracting spell. This was Dragon Tiger Mountain's unique lightning technique. But Mr. Junfeng's was even more perfect. As a celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, Zhang Tiany felt bad. There was no difference in the process of the lightning-attracting spell. The only difference was the duration of the spell. Mr. Junfeng was almost immune to lightning spells, so he didn't care how much electric current passed through his body. As long as he continuously absorbed the power of the lightning and released it, the attack wouldn't stop. He would keep releasing until the enemy was smashed into pieces. Zhang Tiany couldn't do that either. But Mr. Junfeng seemed to have missed something. The lightning-attracting spell landed on Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao didn't change his position at all. Chapter 27-26. The white light on Chen Zhao's body grew brighter and brighter. Chen Zhao also fully experienced what it felt like to be recharged for 5 minutes and used for 2 hours. An endless stream of electricity filled his body, pouring it into the eye of lightning. His electricity was almost saturated. Chen Zhao suddenly raised his arm and aimed it at Tamamo no Mei. Boom! A terrifying electric arc shot through the sky and landed directly on Tamamo no Mei. Roar! Tamamo no Mei let out a terrifying roar, and her huge body crashed to the ground. Mr. Jun immediately stopped the lightning summoning spell. He stared at Chen Zhao in shock. Chen Zhao could actually absorb the power of lightning just like him, and he had the same method as him. Had he also refined his body into a demonic body? But that was impossible. To refine a demonic body, one had to first turn their body into a corpse, a corpse that wouldn't be restricted by lifespan. Not even the monster race, because even the monster race would die of old age. This was also why Mr. Junfang had appeared 1,000 years ago as a 1,000-year-old corpse. To achieve the basic requirements, Mr. Junfang had spent 1,000 years. Others thought that he had achieved great success when he was born 1,000 years ago. In reality, he had only achieved small success. The second time he had been sealed for 1,000 years was also part of his plan. It had taken him almost 2,000 years to create a demonic body that could be considered great success. But why was this human in front of him using power so similar to his? Humans couldn't even achieve 1/10 of a demonic body with decades of lifespan. Even if some people could break through the limit, it would still be very limited. 200 years was almost the limit. Just like Bifla, he also relied on the method of abandoning his physical body to live for more than 400 years. But the most important part of cultivating a demonic body was the body. It couldn't be changed at all. Changing a body was equivalent to training all over again. That was why Mr. Junfang had first made himself a corpse with thoughts and consciousness. Then he would start cultivating a demonic body. But now, a living person had the demonic body that he had always dreamed of. This caused him to have a mental breakdown. They had said that 100 years of starting and 1,000 years of foundation. Yet this person had taken out a complete set of 3 years. No one would be happy about this. This made Mr. Junfang suspect that he had taken the wrong notebook back then. Or it could be said that later generations had edited a more complete version of his little notebook. Mr. Junfang had already listed Chen Zhao on his must-kill list. There was no need for 2 demonic bodies in this world. Mr. Junfang was wary of Chen Zhao because they had the same constitution. However, he believed that even if Chen Zhao cultivated a demonic body, Chen Zhao would not be able to be mentioned in the same breath as him. After all, he had spent 2,000 years gathering the strengths of hundreds of schools of thought. In his eyes, Chen Zhao was at most an accelerated version. It definitely didn't have his almost invincible characteristic. At most, it would be a simplified effect of a demonic body. He felt that Chen Zhao's skills could not compare to his. Moreover, he was not only familiar with the advantages of a demonic body, but he was also familiar with its weaknesses. Even a demonic body had its weaknesses. However, this weakness was not really a weakness. The weakness of the demon body was physical attacks. This could not be exempted. However, the demonic body itself could allow a cultivator's body to reach a terrifying level. It had even surpassed the limits of humans and demons. So this weakness was no longer a weakness. Mr. Junfang planned to charge forward and fight Chen Zhao. This was the best way to defeat the other demonic body. Seizing the opportunity when Chen Zhao released the power of lightning, Mr. Junfang flashed and appeared behind Chen Zhao. For golden fists landed heavily on Chen Zhao's back. Chen Zhao staggered. He looked back and touched the back of his head. Then he looked at Mr. Junfang. Chen Zhao had thought that there would be some special bonuses. There would be some side effects if he was hit. So, Chen Zhao did not rush to counterattack. Instead, he waited for his body to react. However, after a long time, there was no reaction. Chen Zhao was a bit confused. Wasn't the attack a bit weak? However, in Mr. Junfang's eyes, he thought that Chen Zhao had been stunned by his punch. This made him very proud. It was clearly the stupidest decision to let a demonic body of the same element fight him. He was more familiar with the demonic body than anyone else. So he decided to continue and try to beat Chen Zhao to death in one go. However, someone moved faster than him. Tamamonome suddenly jumped out of the darkness. Her huge body pounced at Chen Zhao. The terrifying body turned into a ball of fire with terrifying heat waves, as if it could burn everything. Second level of the primordial regression technique, giant spirit transformation. Instantly, Chen Zhao turned into a golden giant. His aura increased 100 times. Mr. Junfang immediately flew back 100 meters. Fortunately, Chen Zhao's target was not him this time. Chen Zhao raised his fist and smashed it at Tamamo no Mae. Even though Chen Zhao was in giant spirit transformation, he was still 10,000 times smaller than Tamamo no Mae. So, the two still looked like eggs hitting a rock. Tamamo no Mae's aura was overwhelming. When the two collided, Chen Zhao was about to break. But the next moment, Tamamo no Mae was sent flying like a little puppy. The huge, burning body drew an arc in the night sky. Those who did not know would think that it was a shooting star. Chen Zhao did not retreat at all, but the ground he was standing on cracked. Fangya and the others were dumbfounded. Fangya was also deeply doubtful of herself. Had she really defeated such a thing on Dragon Tiger Mountain? Mr. Jun Fang was even more shocked. Chen Zhao's golden body was similar to his, but not exactly the same. More importantly, what was up with Chen Zhao's terrifying strength? He had the strength to give Tamamo no Mae a concussion with one punch, although the demon body strengthened his body. Even so, the strengthening was limited. Chen Zhao took a deep breath and looked at Mr. Jun Fang. Third level of the primordial regression technique. Everyone felt a suffocating pressure engulf them. Mr. Jun Fang's gaze turned serious. Now he finally realized why Chen Zhao gave him the feeling of danger. It was a power that did not belong to the demon body at all. Not only did Chen Zhao not have the weakness of the demon body, but he also had a terrifying power that surpassed the demon body. There was also that specious golden body. They had the same or close to the same magic resistance. But Chen Zhao was even stronger than him. Mr. Jun Fang had to get serious, or rather go all out. Mr. Jun Fang spread his arms, and 12 beams of golden light appeared behind him. They were 1,200-meter tall, golden men standing behind Mr. Jun Fang. The moonlight shone on the 12 metal men, and the 12 metal men emitted a glass-like radiance. Jun Fang spread open his 6 arms behind him and absorbed the light from the crystal. Chapter 27:27. Chen Zhao, stop him! Zhang Tianyi yelled. Chen Zhao was clearly absorbing the power of the 12 metal men. The right thing to do was to stop him from absorbing. While Chen Zhao wasn't free, he had to deal a fatal blow. Chen Zhao opened his eyes. He sensed that when Mr. Jun Fang absorbed the crystal light from the 12 metal men, his body had formed a special connection with the 12 metal men. This connection couldn't be broken. At least he couldn't right now. Chen Zhao didn't move. Instead, he continued to use his spiritual power to observe the connection between Mr. Jun Fang and the 12 metal men. Mr. Jun Fang and the 12 metal men seemed to have formed a special formation. Chen Zhao shook his head. He knew that his supernatural knowledge was very shallow. It was probably at the lowest level. If Zhang Tianyi and the others were like academicians of the Chinese Academy of Sciences, then Chen Zhao was like a primary school student. Currently, people who had come into contact with the spiritual world from a young age or cultivators raised by families were at least at the university level. From this, it could be seen how shallow Chen Zhao was in this area. But strangely, a primary school student like Chen Zhao had the ability to see the essence. His inner world had the ability to see the essence. Chen Zhao could even analyze the essence of the connection between the 12 metal men and Mr. Jun Fang. It was a very special resonance. Mr. Jun Fang wasn't just absorbing energy from the 12 metal men. Chen Zhao, old Zhang, calm down. Taoist Wushu stopped Zhang Tianyi. That guy and the 12 metal men seem strange. It's the right decision for Chen Zhao not to attack. How? Zhang Tianyi frowned and looked at Chen Zhao. It didn't make sense that he couldn't see it, but Chen Zhao could. That's the 12 spirits of heaven formation, Taoist Qingping said with a serious expression. What formation is that? Zhang Tianyi wasn't familiar with formations, but looking at Qingping's expression, he also realized that this formation wasn't simple. The 12 capitals are also known as the spirits of the 12 tribes. Back when the Qin Emperor destroyed the 6 kingdoms to unify the world, He didn't just destroy the 6 kingdoms. He also destroyed the 12 kingdoms of the southern border and the northern border. Actually, they were just 12 Aboriginal tribes. He slaughtered countless people of the 12 tribes and collected their blood. He then collected the gold of the 6 kingdoms and poured it into the 12 metal men, creating the 12 spirits of the capitals. The 12 spirits of the capitals were originally used to guard the north and south of the heavens. They were used to form the formation of heaven and earth to guard the fate of the nation. The Qin emperor spent his entire life seeking longevity, and Su Fu was the leader of the medicine-concocting cultivators back then. It wouldn't be difficult to swindle the 12 metal men from the Qin emperor, the immortal Wu Su said. Does this 12 spirits great formation have anything to do with Qin emperor's original great formation of heaven and earth? Zhang Tianyi asked cautiously. If it was a formation used to guard the fate of a nation, then it would be very troublesome, because he had participated in the current heaven and earth formation. Some small countries had even asked him for help to set up the heaven and earth formation. Therefore, Zhang Tianyi had some understanding of the heaven-earth formation. The core of the heaven-earth formation was not a fixed object. It could be a person or something else. For example, the strongman steel was one of the cores of the heaven-earth formation. However, Huaxia had a vast territory and abundant resources. It wasn't something that a strongman steel could guard. Therefore, there was only one strongman steel. There were 35 other Huaxia divine artifacts guarding the fate of a nation. They worked together to form the heaven-earth formation. However, there were also some small countries that relied on a single object, or on the person who had placed the country's fate on. The scale of the heaven-earth formation that they formed was naturally much smaller. Even so, the small-scale heaven-earth formation was almost impossible to break. This was because it required everyone to be united, heaven and earth to be low, and clouds to move in all directions. Unless there was a war between nations, 10,000 hearts against 10,000 hearts, 10,000 blades against 10,000 blades, only then could they destroy the other party's heaven-earth formation and destroy the fate of a nation. Therefore, if the other party formed the heaven-earth formation, then there was no need to fight. Everyone would return to their own homes and find their own mothers. However, what was certain was that Mr. Jun Fong definitely didn't form the heaven-earth formation. He didn't have Huaxia's fate, and he wasn't Ziwei descending into the mortal world. He didn't have a sovereign personage foundation, so it was impossible for him to form the heaven-earth formation. Moreover, the heaven-earth formation of Huaxia was stable and couldn't be replaced. However, according to immortal Qin Ping, the 12 metal men used to form the heaven-earth formation. Therefore, they had to be cautious. Back then, the Qin dynasty unified the 6 states, but it was destroyed in a day. This had something to do with the disappearance of the 12 metal men. The disappearance of the 12 metal men not only destroyed the heaven-earth formation and lost the fate of the nation, but also the fate of Huaxia, resulting in the 100-year disaster of war. Now that the 12 metal men have reappeared in the world, I'm afraid they still retain the fate of the Qin dynasty. The heaven-earth formation is created by Emperor Qin to control the underworld. It's the opposite of the formation of the nation's fate. The heaven-earth formation is the unity of the people and the unity of heaven and earth. The heaven-earth formation is based on the nether spirits and tens of thousands of resentful spirits. As long as he is within this formation, I'm afraid that old Su is an undying existence. Immortal Wu Su and Zhang Tianyi both inhaled sharply. The heaven-earth formation was the opposite of the heaven-earth formation, but the principle was extremely similar. Even if it was a pirated version, even if it was a simplified version, that would make the situation they were facing extremely troublesome. This formation needs the nether spirits as the foundation, right? Nowadays, no one worships the Qin dynasty, not even the ghosts of the underworld. His heaven-earth formation probably can't unleash its full power, right? Zhang Tianyi raised his doubts. Immortal Qin Ping nodded. but the haze between his brows did not dissipate. That's indeed the case. Back then, when the Qin emperor passed away, he wanted to bury 1 million great Qin soldiers and armor to form the foundation of the 12 heavenly spirits formation. However, because the 12 metal colossi disappeared, he was unable to do so. However, the 12 metal colossi were forged from the blood of 1 million indigenous people and the gold of the 6 nations. Even though they are missing the souls of 1 million great Qin soldiers, they are still incredibly mighty. Everyone looked at Chen Zhao, their faces filled with worry. Who would have thought that this 1,000-year-old corpse was the former #1 warlock of the Qin dynasty, Su Fu? What was even more unexpected was that Su Fu had such a trump card. Not only had he cultivated an almost invincible demonic body, but he also had the 12 metal men and the heaven-earth formation. He also had the 12 metal men and the heaven-earth formation. Or rather, the 12 metal men and the heaven-earth formation were all part of his plan. In the past, the Qin dynasty had unified the world. Everything about the first emperor was all part of his plan. If that was really the case, then it was too terrifying. A person who controlled the world and the first emperor like chess pieces. He had even schemed until today, 2,000 years later. This kind of method was already an inhuman plan. Chapter 27-28. To put it bluntly, old monster Kunlai, who'd schemed for 1,000 years for the 1,000-year bloodline, was much weaker than Mr. Jun Fong in both ability and methods. Even a peerless genius like the first emperor had been toyed with by Mr. Jun Fong. Over the course of 1,000 years, while he was sealed, he had schemed against 2 successors of the 3 mountains who had been separated by 1,000 years. Even the time of his awakening had been carefully planned. At the end of the spiritual tide, the power of the spiritual world was greatly reduced. The number of experts could be counted on one hand. The next spiritual tide wasn't too far away either. It could be said that this was the best time to enter the world. Everyone's expression turned solemn. However, Chen Zhao's thoughts were much simpler. Mr. Jun Fong glanced at Chen Zhao. The 12 gold men seemed to have fused with him. He felt like he could tear the world apart. Mr. Jun Fong casually swung his arm and a ravine appeared in the ground before Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao tilted his body slightly and dodged the attack. Right now, Mr. Jun Fong gave him a very bad feeling. The connection between him and the 12 gold men was very subtle. It was like an intricate electronic component, but the structure was very sturdy. Mr. Jun Fong's aura and power had reached an incomprehensible level. Even old monster Kunlai's power couldn't compare to Mr. Jun Fong's. This quantitative change had already caused a qualitative change. Every movement of his was filled with terrifying power. It was like a giant facing an ant. Even a meaningless movement could be fatal to the ant. Chen Zhao didn't want to be the ant. So, he had to change his current situation. Even if he was an ant, he had to be a strong ant. Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao and suddenly felt that his aura had changed. Zhang Tianyi's expression changed. He waved his hand and immediately protected Fangya and the others behind him. A red pattern started from Chen Zhao's body and started spreading outwards. Then it was a dense and complicated pattern that spread wider and wider. In the end, everything within 2,000 meters was completely covered by the red pattern. That's... Fang, you looked at Zhang Tianyi in confusion, seeking his explanation. His little world, Zhang Tianyi said, but why did it become like this? Enlightened Master Wu Su and enlightened Master Qingping were also confused. The 3 of them also had their own small worlds of different sizes. However, the composition of their small worlds were all the same. They were all filled with heaven and earth spiritual qi. However, Chen Zhao's small world was filled with scorching heat. Every heavenly pattern was filled with violent heat. How much flame qi was needed to fill the entire small world? Chen Zhao himself did not know how much flame qi he had absorbed during his seclusion. In the underground magma river of Mount Chogo, Chen Zhao absorbed billions of tons of magma. Then he tempered the flame qi in the magma and absorbed the magma again. He repeated the process, absorbing and tempering. The power of the inner world was endless. The more powerful one's heart was, the more powerful one would be. Qin Zhao also wanted to know how much power his body could take. The heavenly rune, which was infused with flame energy, fused with his body. Qin Zhao's body was covered in red patterns. The densely packed heavenly patterns were like a tattoo he was born with. But this wasn't enough. Flame qi wasn't Qin Zhao's best power system. Qin Zhao needed to convert flame qi into the power he was most familiar with. Qin Zhao closed his eyes and sensed every corner of his body. Soon, he completed the development of a body. Qin Zhao turned his body into an engine, using flame qi as the energy source. He also increased the output. Qin Zhao included this state in the primordial regression technique. The fourth level, the fourth form. Normally, Qin Zhao would maintain the first form of the primordial regression technique. Then, when he encountered a stronger opponent, he would activate the second level, giant spirit form. Actually, the Jin form was like drinking water to Qin Zhao. However, the Jin form wasn't convenient for Qin Zhao's daily life, so he wouldn't maintain it. The third level of the primordial regression technique, 10,000 techniques returned to one, would only be used when facing an evenly matched opponent. But right now, even the third level, 10,000 techniques returned to one, wasn't enough to deal with Mr. Junfang. Thus, Qin Zhao had to activate the fourth level on the spot. He'd tried this a few times before. It wasn't successful. However, the subtle connection between Mr. Junfang and the 12 metal men gave Qin Zhao inspiration. The connection was subtle, but it wasn't too complicated for Qin Zhao. At least, with the scan of his inner world, he could sense the connection between Mr. Junfang and the 12 metal men. Some of the connections could be used on an individual. More accurately, it could be used on Qin Zhao himself. Actually, in the formation formed by Mr. Junfang and the 12 metal men, it wasn't suitable to be used on an individual. The transfer and operation of the energy wasn't something an individual could handle. The 12 metal men were the energy source, which transferred the energy to Mr. Junfang. They seemed to be individuals, but they'd actually formed a highly precise energy supply relationship. This energy supply relationship couldn't be destroyed by a single person. Moreover, the energy released by this combination was shocking. An individual couldn't handle it. It was like a rocket engine. It couldn't be installed in a car. But Qin Zhao was different. This operation method didn't even reach his upper limit. It was even more advanced than Qin Zhao's current power system. It should be said that in the past, Qin Zhao's power output had always been rough. He didn't have much technique to speak of. Most of the time, Qin Zhao used strength to suppress others. But now, Qin Zhao found a more technical method. He could adjust the output of his power. That was the fourth form. Qin Zhao called it the tyrant form. Tamamonome retreated, like her hair stood on end. Her beast instincts had already sensed the fatal danger from Qin Zhao. It was as if getting close would kill her. At the same time, Mr. Junfang looked at Qin Zhao. The distance between him and Qin Zhao seemed to distort. The next moment, Mr. Junfang appeared before Qin Zhao. Distance reduction. Zhang Tianyi raised an eyebrow. No, it's heaven and earth inversion. Taoist Wushu said with a serious expression. Mr. Junfang was so fast that even Qin Zhao couldn't react. Mr. Junfang's sword landed on Qin Zhao's neck in an instant. The blade was already halfway in. A smile appeared on Mr. Junfang's face, but the expressions of Zhang Tianyi and the others changed drastically. After Mr. Junfang activated the 12 heavenly spirits formation, the difference between the two was already so great. 9 heavens, divine emperor. Chapter 27-29. Just when everyone thought that Qin Zhao had lost, Qin Zhao suddenly threw a punch. Qin Zhao suddenly threw a punch. The Kusanagi sword in Mr. Jun's hand shattered instantly. Mr. Jun Fong was shocked. Chen Zhao swept out again, and his fist landed on Mr. Jun Fong's chest. Whoosh! All the flesh and blood from Mr. Jun Fong's chest to his right shoulder flew out instantly. Mr. Jun Fong was also sent flying by the terrifying force. Chen Zhao touched his neck. It was very uncomfortable to have his neck cut open. However, his powerful vitality and the recovery ability of the Nirvana flame healed the wound almost instantly. Even Zhang Tianyi, perfected Wushu, and perfected Qingping were dumbfounded, let alone Fangya and the other young people. Half of his neck had been cut in, but he seemed to be fine. Tamamo no Mei's hair stood on end. That was the Kusanagi sword. The Kusanagi sword's divinity was gone, but the Kusanagi was still a divine weapon. Together with Mr. Jun Fong's magic power, it didn't matter if he had divinity or not. Even so, even though Chen Zhao had been hit, it didn't achieve the desired effect. Jun Bangsen stood up again and glanced at his empty chest. The 12 gold colossi immediately changed the power they sent over. The crystal light suddenly turned red. Mr. Jun Fong's chest also started recovering. However, it was obvious that the new flesh on Jun Fong's chest was different from the original. Fangya and the other young people had never seen a battle of this level. Therefore, to them, this battle was more like a battle between immortals. Power of the border worshippers! Jun Fong shouted. The 12 gold colossi suddenly exploded with a golden light. Even more magic power entered Mr. Jun Fong's body. A gigantic, almost corporeal body appeared behind Mr. Jun. What spell is that? Is it a dharma? That's the southern border's god inviting spell. Are you kidding? Can a god invite something like that? Even the main body isn't that powerful, right? Taoists also had god-inviting spells, but normal third-rate gods would probably be pressed to the ground by human experts, even if they came in person. Because of the complicated beliefs in southern border, there were all kinds of gods. Among the various gods, there were almost no mainstream gods. As for those so-called gods, some of them were actually transformed from gremlins. Compared to the real immortals, there was a huge difference in strength. However, the figure summoned by the god-inviting spell was no longer a third-rate god. Even if it was just a clone, it was already shocking enough. If this deity were to descend, how mighty would it be? Do those mountain spirits and wild monsters of the southern border really have such a powerful god? That's not some mountain spirit or wild monster. Border Zhu has another name in the Central Plains, Zhurong. Taoist Master Wu Su said he's an ancient god. How is this possible? How could an ancient god invite a god? Ordinary methods naturally won't work, but this heavenly 12 spirits formation can. Mr. Jun Fong pointed at Chen Zhao. The giant god behind him also raised his fist. When it passed through the air, it created a scorching heat. The surrounding forests were also set ablaze by the high temperature. The fiend godlike giant fist was like a falling meteor, as if it was going to shatter the mountains, rivers, and heavens. Before even touching it, Chen Zhao already felt an overwhelming pressure. The ground was torn apart, and the flames of the burning plants were suppressed to the point where they couldn't even rise, making it difficult for them to spread upwards. Chen Zhao faced the giant fist with all his strength. Starting from the fist that touched Chen Zhao's fist, red crystals started spreading upward. Then the whole body, followed by an ear-piercing sound of friction. Clang! Everyone heard a sound like a mirror breaking. Whoosh! The giant body disintegrated instantly. Red crystals rained down. The darkness of the night seemed to be shattered along with it. A strange crack was left in the sky. Chen Zhao didn't know how powerful that blow was. He only knew to turn the power to the maximum and then punch to his heart's content. After Chen Zhao threw that punch, he seemed to have been enlightened. He suddenly knew how to use his inner world. Chen Zhao stomped his foot, and the ground suddenly poured into the ground. Then Huge red crystal pillars that were hundreds of meters tall rose from the ground. Everything within a radius of several kilometers was covered by the red crystal pillars. These pillars were products of Chen Zhao's inner world. Now, Chen Zhao could spread it out and materialize the red crystal pillars in his inner world. Zhang Tianyi, spiritual master Wushu, and spiritual master Qingping all gasped. This is truly breathtaking. Even Zhang Tianyi, who'd always thought that he was on par with Chen Zhao, had to admit it. Chen Zhao wasn't just one step ahead of him. This was also Chen Zhao's first time using this move. Within the range of the red crystal pillars, Chen Zhao felt that his power could increase infinitely. At least, he couldn't feel the limit at all right now. Chen Zhao raised his arm and controlled his power according to the instructions in his mind. A few red crystal pillars suddenly exploded. Red dust whizzed in the air, but it didn't dissipate completely. Instead, it turned into a body dozens of times larger than Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao was a bit surprised, but he could clearly feel that the body formed from his power had the same power as him. It wasn't his avatar, but a clone of his power. Seeing Chen Zhao's change, Mr. Jun's expression turned serious. At this moment, just like Tamamo no Mei, he also felt a fatal danger. But he had nowhere to go now. If he couldn't defeat Chen Zhao, he had nowhere to run. Of course, if he defeated Chen Zhao, he wouldn't have to run anymore. So he had to use all his power to control the 12 metal colossi and have them give him all their power. Unless he had no other choice, Mr. Jun wouldn't even use the 12 metal colossi, let alone use them at full power. Using the 12 metal colossi would put immense pressure on his body, especially when he used them at full power. Even his demonic body couldn't bear the boundless power when he used them at full power. Even when he fought against the 3 sect leaders 1,000 years ago, he hadn't used the 12 metal colossi at full power. But this time he felt that if he was lucky or held back, he might be crushed by Chen Zhao. This man gave him even more pressure than when the 3 sect leaders worked together 1,000 years ago. Finally, Mr. Jun felt that his body had reached a critical point. His body turned from gold to a dark gold. The 12 heavenly spirits formation was a reversed version of the formation of heaven and earth. It relied on the power of the nether spirits. The nether spirits' power and Mr. Jun's own power fused perfectly. It was even greatly enhanced. Mr. Jun's aura had increased by more than 10 times. Chapter 2730. With a thought from Chen Zhao, the red crystal clone had already attacked. Only a red arc was left in the night sky as it crashed toward Mr. Junfang. However, the clone only crashed into the barrier set up by Mr. Junfang's power. It didn't break the barrier, but Mr. Junfang's body and mind were still shaken. There was no trick to this terrifying power. It was a head-on attack. Chen Zhao controlled the clone to raise its arm and attack the barrier again. The violent tremors seemed to affect the surroundings. Red cracks spread in the night sky. Of course, they weren't spatial cracks. Instead, Chen Zhao's power spread in the air. Because of its element, the red cracks appeared in the air. Die. The power of thousands of ghosts slammed into the clone. The crystal red doppelganger instantly disintegrated. The clone couldn't resist at all. It collapsed at the first touch. However, the floating red powder circled in the air for a while and reformed with a whirlwind. Chen Zhao's clone attacked Mr. Junfang's barrier again. The fire in the forest raged. It wasn't a good thing, but it also brought Chen Zhao a huge amount of fire energy. It wasn't a good thing, but it also brought Chen Zhao a huge amount of fire energy. It wasn't much compared to the amount Chen Zhao had absorbed from the underground magma, but it was better than nothing. At least it could replenish Chen Zhao's energy. Red cracks kept flashing in the sky. They looked like red lightning bolts. Every strike was a heavy blow to everyone's heart. Chen Zhao rested for a few minutes. The clone didn't rest at all. It kept attacking Mr. Junfang's barrier, but the barrier didn't move at all. It reminded Chen Zhao of Zhang Tiany's primordial bell. Chen Zhao had considered this before. One way to break the primordial bell was to fight Zhang Tiany until the end of time. The second way was to reach the upper limit of the primordial bell in an instant. However, it was almost impossible to reach the upper limit of Zhang Tiany's defense in an instant, especially with the primordial chaos flood bell's extremely powerful defensive spell. Mr. Junfeng could be seen as someone at Zhang Tiany's level, or perhaps it was an existence stronger than him. So, his defensive spell wouldn't be weaker than Zhang Tiany's. Therefore, it was almost impossible to forcefully break through it. Of course, there was a third method. To be precise, it was a variation of the second method. If he couldn't reach the upper limit in an instant, in that case, he would have to attack more frequently. Although he couldn't break through the opponent's defense, his pure strength wasn't completely blocked. It was like a person wearing a bulletproof vest. When bullets hit the bulletproof vest, although most of the potential energy and fatal damage could be mitigated, the bullet would not be able to withstand it. However, it would still injure the user of the bulletproof vest. This was the method Chen Zhao had thought of to deal with Zhang Tiany. Chen Zhao raised his arm and all the red crystal pillars shattered. Then, dozens of crystal red clones appeared in front of everyone. These clones had the same power as Chen Zhao's real body. Although they were Chen Zhao's clones, they were actually the same as Chen Zhao. However, there were also limitations to their usage. The flame qi they needed was a consumable. It is not infinite. If Chen Zhao wanted to continue using this move, in that case, he would have to go through the same process as last time. Moreover, the crystal red doppelganger's range of movement was also limited. The crystal red doppelganger could barely leave the range of Chen Zhao's small world. But the further they went, the weaker Chen Zhao's senses would be. The weaker Chen Zhao's senses were, the weaker they would be. Because they were the materialization of Chen Zhao's power, their every move was controlled by Chen Zhao's spiritual power. Nevertheless, the dozens of crystal red doppelganger were still very shocking. Chen Zhao waved his arm, and all the crystal red doppelganger charged forward. Boom, boom, boom. Red lightning almost lit up the sky. Mr. Junfeng had tried. No matter how many crystal red doppelganger he destroyed, no matter how many times he destroyed them, the crystal red doppelganger would recover instantly. These crystal red doppelganger weren't made of flesh and blood. They didn't have any consciousness. They were just the materialization of Chen Zhao's power. It was almost impossible to destroy them, unless he could wait until they ran out of energy. Pooh! Mr. Junfeng spat out a mouthful of black blood. His barrier finally couldn't hold on any longer. Or rather, his body couldn't take it anymore. As for the barrier he had set up, even the 12 golden men had a barely detectable crack on it. After all, the 12 heavenly spirits formation wasn't complete. It wasn't an orthodox heaven and earth formation either. It still lacked a lot of key things. Moreover, the power of the 12 golden men wasn't endless, especially in a battle of this level. Mr. Junfeng had activated the 12 golden men. He was basically killing the goose that laid the golden eggs. However, Chen Zhao was too much of a threat to him. He had no choice. If he didn't use the 12 golden men, he would die even faster. A few crystal red doppelganger tore a hole in the barrier together. Then a crystal red doppelganger dove in. Seal! Mr. Junfeng had to use part of his power to suppress the crystal red doppelganger. A black talisman hit the crystal red doppelganger. The doppelganger's body was immediately wrapped in darkness. Although the crystal red doppelganger had the same power as Chen Zhao, its defense and resistance were very weak. Mr. Junfeng had long discovered the crystal red doppelganger's weakness. However, under that almost immortal characteristic, it could not be destroyed. The so-called weakness wasn't that important anymore. Just then, the crystal red doppelganger suddenly grinned. Mr. Junfeng had a bad feeling. Have you tried self-destruction before? The crystal red doppelganger asked, looking at Mr. Junfang. You should know that I'm resistant to fire spells. Even if you self-destruct, you won't be able to hurt me, Mr. Junfang said with a cold snort. Ha! You're not afraid, but aren't the golden men afraid too? The crystal red doppelganger laughed. Plus, in an enclosed environment, the power of the explosion will increase by 100 times. Mr. Junfang's heart skipped a beat. Oh no! At this moment, he had fallen into a situation where he could only advance or retreat. If he didn't open the barrier and the crystal red doppelganger self-destructed, it might hurt the 12 spirits formation or even damage the 12 golden men. But if he opened the barrier, the dozens of crystal red doppelganger and Chen Zhao's real body would be eyeing him. One Chen Zhao was already a headache. Now there were dozens of crystal red doppelganger. Mr. Junfang felt that he could just wait for death. Of course, Mr. Junfang still wanted to struggle. Mr. Junfang sent another black seal at the crystal red doppelganger. Huh, you want to stop me from self-destructing? Looks like it's useful. You slowed down my self-destruction, Qin Zhao said through the crystal red doppelganger. Chapter 2731. Mr. Junfang knew many spells, but he didn't know much about how to stop others from self-destructing. All he could do now was delay the explosion of Chen Zhao's crystal clones, slowing down the energy flow in Chen Zhao's clones. But this method clearly didn't solve the problem. Slowing down the explosion couldn't guarantee safety. Moreover, he had to stop the clone from self-destructing. He also had to use a portion of his power to suppress it. This made his situation even more unfavorable. Chen Zhao used the same trick again. Another hole was torn open, and this time, 2 crystal red doppelgangers entered. Mr. Junfang didn't even give them time to react. He sealed the 2 clones. However, at that moment, one of the crystal red doppelgangers began to expand rapidly. Oh no! How is this possible? Terrifying energy was released instantly. The entire sky was dyed red. Mr. Junfang was also swallowed by the impact. Fanya and the others all opened their mouths wide and looked at the doomsday-like scene in astonishment. How can this be? Perfected Master Qingping was confused. Perfected Wu Su and Zhang Tianyi could tell that something was wrong. Chen Zhao had his clone self-destruct in advance. When his clone entered Old Man Su's barrier, it did so Old Man Su wasn't prepared at all. He thought that these 2 clones were the same as the first one and only self-destructed after entering. Perfected Master Wu Su looked at the sky full of red light. Are you sure this is okay? This place is remote, but such a large-scale phenomenon can't be hidden from ordinary people. I've already talked to the person in charge, Zhang Tianyi said calmly. They're ready at any time. Once there's a phenomenon that exceeds the scale, they'll announce that it was caused by a meteorite. Perfected Master Wu Su nodded. When he looked at Chen Zhao, his eyes were filled with complicated emotions. No wonder you invited him to participate in this operation. Too bad he's not from Kunlun. If he could join us, the next 200 years of Huaxia's supernatural world would belong to Kunlun. Perfected Master Qingping looked at Chen Zhao's figure and kept thinking. Perfected Master Wu Su's words made her even more certain. The red light gradually dissipated. The first thing that appeared in the sky were 12 golden giants. However, the 12 golden giants were already broken. Thick yin qi emanated from the broken body. These 12 gigantic bodies could no longer contain the yin qi contained within them. It was the yin spirit energy refined from the flesh and blood of millions of people. There was also Mr. Junfang, who stood in the middle of the 12 golden men. His body was no less damaged than the 12 golden men. His body was covered with burn marks left behind by the raging flames. In the end, the 12 heavenly spirits formation was destroyed. He had no way of stopping it. "I want you dead." Jun Fong roared angrily. "Spirit of Dutian, obey me." The 12 golden men suddenly melted into a golden liquid and fused into Mr. Jun Fong's body. Jun Bang San absorbed all of the 12 metal colossi's power in one go. His aura suddenly became sinister and terrifying. He was like a living ghost king, but he was more terrifying than any ghost king in the world. Mr. Jun Fong pounced at Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao punched back without hesitation. Mr. Jun Fong scratched Chen Zhao's chest. Chen Zhao also punched Mr. Jun's chest. Chen Zhao's chest was scratched, leaving 3 shocking black marks. Half of Mr. Jun Fong's body was smashed into pieces. However, after smashing half of Mr. Jun Fong's body, a huge amount of Yin spirit energy immediately filled the gap. However, after filling the gap, it was no longer flesh and blood. Instead, it was filled with endless wailing resentment. It was a nauseating substance that emitted the wails of ghosts and gods that made one's scalp numb. Chen Zhao immediately forced out the Yin spirit energy contained in the black scar on his chest. At the same time, he had the crystal clone keep Mr. Jun Fong busy. Mr. Jun Fong didn't dodge at all. He fought with all his might. Mr. Jun Fong had already found a way to deal with the crystal clones. He didn't shatter them. Instead, he sent the Yin spirit energy into the crystal clone's body. The crystal clone wouldn't lose its ability to move for a short while. The Yin spirit energy would affect Chen Zhao's control over the crystal clone. One had to admit that Mr. Jun Fong's experience was even greater than everyone else's combined. Soon, the dozens of crystal clones lost their use and froze in place. Red and black interweaved on the crystal clones' bodies. 2 forces were fighting inside them. However, the red power clearly had the upper hand. Soon, the black power would be forced back. Mr. Jun Fong knew this too, so he had to use this time to defeat Chen Zhao. As long as he defeated Chen Zhao, there was still hope. In this battle, either Chen Zhao or he would die. Chen Zhao didn't retreat. Instead, he advanced. He'd never been afraid of anyone in a physical fight. Since Mr. Jun had hit him once, he returned the favor with a tooth for a tooth. The 2 fought from the ground to the sky, then back to the ground. Both of them were using their strengths. Even the mountains and rivers were about to be shattered by them. Chen Zhao had never used so much life force before. After all, every time he repaired his body, he needed a huge amount of life force. On the other hand, Mr. Jun Fong's body had been shattered countless times by Chen Zhao. Right now, Mr. Jun Fong's Yin spirit energy had covered most of his body. Even his head was covered in it. "Old Su seems to have lost control," Perfected Wu Su said. "There are millions of Yin spirits," Zhang Tianyi said solemnly. "They've also been imprisoned by the 12 metal men for 2,000 years. If their resentment is released, it'll be more terrifying than a nuclear explosion. Every time Chen Zhao destroys Old Su's body, he's one step closer to losing control." Perfected Qing Ping's expression was also solemn. "If we don't think of a way to completely destroy Old Su, the final result might be the Yin spirits completely controlling his body and nurturing a peerless demon fetus." In the past, they'd seen some evil cultivators use unorthodox methods to nurture demon fetus. However, those people only used dozens or hundreds of Yin spirits and dared to claim that they had nurtured a peerless demon fetus. But Mr. Jun Fong was different. There were millions of Yin spirits. The quantitative change had already caused a qualitative change. They all knew that they had to completely destroy Mr. Jun Fong to win. But how could they completely destroy Mr. Jun Fong? "Chen Zhao." Zhang Tianyi's expression was conflicted. Suddenly, he sent Chen Zhao a telepathic message. Chen Zhao turned around and looked at Zhang Tianyi, confusion in his eyes. Zhang Tianyi's lips twitched. Chen Zhao's expression changed. Chapter 2732. In the end, Chen Zhao nodded. Zhang Tianyi snickered. Both Taoist Wushu and Qingping looked at Zhang Tianyi in confusion. Then they turned to Qin Zhao. They must have talked about something. Chen Zhao didn't seem very willing. Zhang Tianyi suddenly made a seal with both hands. Both Taoist Wushu and Qingping wanted to see what was going on. Unfortunately, Zhang Tianyi's spell wasn't something they'd seen before. Just as Taoist Wushu and Qingping were confused, Zhang Tianyi's spell was complete. But he didn't use it on Mr. Junfang. It was on Qin Zhao. The two were shocked again. What was going on? That spell just now was obviously an offensive spell. Even the two of them could feel the malice of the spell. Why would it be used on Qin Zhao? Was Zhang Tianyi a spy? Of course. This thought only flashed past their minds. Because Qin Zhao didn't resist at all. The spell accurately hit Qin Zhao. Just then, Qin Zhao's aura suddenly fell silent. Mr. Junfang retreated abruptly. He didn't know what was going on. Moreover, he was aware of his current state. If he allowed the evil spirits to continue corroding his body, then he wouldn't be able to escape the fate of being completely corroded by the evil spirits. But facing Qin Zhao, he couldn't hide or retreat at all. He could only take a breather for now. He could feel that Qin Zhao's sudden silence was like a volcano about to erupt. Just then, the crystal clones suddenly disappeared. Panting, Mr. Junfang stared at Qin Zhao. The uneasiness was spreading. The crystal red powder didn't disperse. Instead, it gathered behind Qin Zhao and then stuck to his skin. It seemed like something bad was about to happen. Suddenly, Qin Zhao lifted his head. His round eyes flashed with scarlet light, and his open mouth was dripping with saliva. Right now, Qin Zhao didn't seem like a person. He was more like a beast. It was like a starving beast. Under the red powder, Qin Zhao's skin looked like lava. Run. That was the only thought in Mr. Junfang's mind, even though he knew that running in the middle of a battlefield was the stupidest decision. But instinct still won over reason. Mr. Junfang turned to run, but Qin Zhao was like a beast. Run and sprint on all fours. He instantly appeared in front of Jun Bangsan, blocking his escape route. Enlightened being Wu Su and enlightened being Qingping were both surprised. He couldn't help but look at Zhang Tianyi. They obviously needed Zhang Tianyi's help. Zhang Tianyi looked at Qin Zhao's current state with satisfaction. What Jun Bangsen felt right now wasn't danger. It was not just dangerous. Junfang unhesitatingly reached out with his demonized claws. But Qin Zhao faced him with a lava claw as well. Junfang's demonized claw was torn off by Qin Zhao's lava claw. But Qin Zhao didn't throw it away. Instead, he brought it to his face and bit it. At this moment, everyone was pissed off. Junfang finally understood where this feeling came from. The man in front of him didn't want to kill him. It wanted to eat him. Qin Zhao threw down his withered arm. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao kept chewing. Qin Zhao devoured the essence, blood, Junfang's demonic qi, and the power of the undead spirits. After all the power was devoured, the arm revealed its original appearance. Junfang couldn't help but take a few steps back. Look at you now. Aren't we the same kind? We're on the same side. Qin Zhao slowly raised his head and stared at Junfang dangerously. Same kind. I'm different from you. Qin Zhao suddenly pounced at Junfang. Stop! Do you want to become a demon? Qin Zhao grabbed a piece of Junfang's flesh. The piece of flesh seemed to have been cursed. It emitted an ominous aura and power. Qin Zhao didn't reject it. He devoured it directly. Enlightened being Wu Su and perfected being Qingping looked at Qin Zhao's terrifying man-eating appearance. Old Zhang, what do you mean by this? Even if he's not from Dragon Tiger Mountain, there's no need to destroy him. Perfected being Qingping was rather angry. After all, she had secretly designated Qin Zhao as the leader of Mao Mountain or even an elder. You said that I destroyed him? What a joke. How can that kid be destroyed so easily? But now, do you think he's lost his mind? Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao. You haven't seen what he looks like when he loses his mind. If he really did, he would open his mouth and eat old Sue instead of just absorbing the power of the undead. You're letting him absorb millions of thousand-year-old undead? You're harming him. If he becomes crazy, you won't be able to absolve yourself from the blame. Don't worry. His digestive ability is very good, Zhang Tianyi said. After all, he can swallow the serpent and Kunlai alive. That's not his limit. Zhang Tianyi had discovered something special about Chen Zhao when he was hit by the 9 viscera techniques. It was Chen Zhao's shocking digestive ability. It wasn't strange for him to swallow the flesh and essence of either of them. However, the serpent and Kunlai both walked the extreme path of cultivation. Their flesh and blood had long been tempered to the point of danger. But Chen Zhao felt like he had just finished eating beef and then had a big bowl of seafood noodles. There were no adverse reactions at all. At least, Chen Zhao didn't explode. Instead, he received unprecedented satisfaction. This made Zhang Tianyi feel that Chen Zhao's digestive ability had already surpassed the range of ordinary people. As for the 9 viscera techniques, Chen Zhao had been in seclusion for a few days. Zhang Tianyi hadn't been idle either, because Mo Han was stranded on Dragon Tiger Mountain. It wasn't difficult for Zhang Tianyi to dig something out of him. The 9 viscera techniques were Zhang Tianyi's spoils of war. Of course, Zhang Tianyi only needed one look to know the characteristics of the 9 viscera techniques. In another 2 days, Zhang Tianyi had improved the 9 viscera techniques. What Chen Zhao was hit by now was the improved 9 viscera techniques. It directly stimulated his appetite to the extreme, which was the appetite of the old version of the 9 viscera techniques when he lost control. It didn't need to take a few days to brew. At the same time, he would retain some rationality so that the person hit wouldn't completely lose control. Of course, the new version of the 9 viscera techniques that Zhang Tianyi had developed wasn't for ordinary people. If he used it to take revenge on his enemies, he didn't lack such spells. It didn't matter if he had the 9 viscera techniques or not. Zhang Tianyi's real target was Chen Zhao. Only Chen Zhao was suitable to use this move. Only Chen Zhao could withstand this beast-like appetite. At the same time, he had a monstrous appetite and an inhuman digestive ability. Moreover, Chen Zhao had experience with this. Other than Chen Zhao, probably no one could withstand such terrifying side effects. And now, this side effect was the key to turning the situation around. Chapter 27:33. Of course, maintaining his rationality was so that he wouldn't eat everything. For example, Chen Zhao didn't want to eat Mr. Junfang, although he was not a human now. But in essence, he was still human, whether it was from the material structure of his body or from his mode of thinking. He was still human, so Chen Zhao really couldn't do it. He was also a picky eater. Therefore, the 9 viscera techniques could overcome Chen Zhao's pickiness. At the very least, Junfang Sanzine energy was no longer so difficult to swallow. Chen Zhao crushed a piece of flesh that had lost all its dark spirit power. Do you think this power is some kind of panacea? You'll end up like me, killed by another monster. Junfang roared as he struggled helplessly. In his eyes, Chen Zhao was a monster. You're not far from becoming a demon. Have you heard of the theory that demonized people are 3 times stronger? Chen Zhao's lava claw pressed down on Junfang's head and then pressed down heavily. A terrifying amount of spiritual energy gushed out from the hole in Junfang's head like a geyser. Chen Zhao opened his mouth and poured the dark spirit power into his body. Chen Zhao felt that his appetite was big enough. In the past, Chen Zhao had also devoured the negative emotions of the scumbags in American prisons. It was also in the millions. At the time, Chen Zhao didn't think it was a big deal. But now, Chen Zhao realized that he had still underestimated the power of evil spirits. This thing was much more advanced than the monsters materialized from negative emotions. At least, Qin Zhao felt full now, but being full meant that you could probably eat more. Moreover, if something like Yin spirit energy were to leak out, it could probably make the entire Qinling mountains barren, about the same as nuclear waste. Therefore, even if he had to force himself, he had to swallow the nuclear waste from the supernatural world. In the past, Qin Zhao thought that he wasn't very responsible, but now he wished that he didn't have any sense of responsibility. A sense of responsibility was really troublesome. Especially in big trouble, the sense of responsibility would become even more troublesome. Qin Zhao's understanding of the inner world allowed him to be as powerful as his heart. However, one's appetite couldn't depend on their imagination. All Qin Zhao could do now was compress the dark power. He had to compress the Yin energy as much as possible. However, compressing Yin spirit power and compressing air were two different things. Moreover, compression inside the body was not the same thing as compression outside the body. With Qin Zhao's current abilities, if he went all out, he could even compress a mountain into a basketball. But in his stomach, even if he used all his strength, he couldn't do that. This dark power was not much more difficult than the other types of energy he had absorbed or assimilated in the past. The main problem was that the quantity was too large. Finally, Qin Zhao was full. He could only let the dark lava devour him. In fact, the dark magma didn't care what it ate. The final direction was still himself. However, he could treat the dark lava as his other stomach. But dark lava's situation was similar. The dark lava couldn't devour more food than Qin Zhao. Qin Zhao felt that he needed to change his stomach or digestive system. Qin Zhao wasn't afraid of bursting himself. He wouldn't burst anyway. In fact, when a person is full, most of the time their stomach doesn't explode. On the contrary, if a person ate too much, they would only spit it out. Even though Qin Zhao had been affected by the 9 viscera techniques, he couldn't eat endlessly. The 9 viscera techniques only needed to be full, and the 9 viscera techniques would dissolve itself. Even after Zhang Tiany's improved 9 viscera techniques, he still couldn't get rid of this condition. In that instant, Qin Zhao felt a sense of satisfaction. He could clearly feel his appetite rapidly disappearing. At the same time, Mr. Junfang's body was still emitting large amounts of Yin spirit power. It was as if his body contained limitless Yin spirit power. Of course, for a normal person, the Yin spirit power he had could indeed be called limitless. In just a few breaths, the escaping Yin spirit power had gathered into a black cloud in the sky. Zhang Tiany, think of a way. Qin Zhao turned around and roared. No way, unless you can resurrect that Su Fu old ghost. Qin Zhao clearly couldn't accept this result. After all, he'd gone through so much trouble to kill the enemy. Now he had to personally revive him. He would be crazy to accept this reason. Moreover, once Mr. Junfang revived, they would probably be in trouble. It was even possible that Mr. Junfang would use this opportunity to threaten them. Therefore, Qin Zhao definitely wouldn't revive Mr. Junfang. Qin Zhao took a deep breath. He looked around. The black cloud in the sky was getting thicker and thicker. The fire in the forest was also starting to die out because of the Yin spirit power. This possibility was only 1 in 10,000. If all the Yin spirit power spread out, everything within 1,000 miles might become a forbidden zone for life. Qin Zhao had an idea. He grabbed Mr. Junfang's body. He opened his mouth again and sucked the Yin spirit power into his body. This time, he wasn't using the Yin spirit power as food. He was guiding the Yin spirit power into his inner world. Qin Zhao's appetite was limited. However, his inner world could contain limitless energy. Of course, Qin Zhao had already developed a unique method of channeling his qi. It was a breathing method that only suited him and the flame qi. Therefore, he hastily sucked the Yin spirit power into his inner world. This wasn't a wise decision. Of course, Qin Zhao could also choose to let it go. He could just leave. After all, Qin Zhao had already done everything he could. He had basically done all Zhang Tiany's request. However, after thinking for a long time, Chen Zhao still decided to do his last bit. Chen Zhao didn't just absorb the Yin spirit power from Mr. Jun Fang's body. He also absorbed the Yin spirit power that had dissipated earlier. As Chen Zhao continuously absorbed the Yin spirit power, the Yin spirit power almost dyed his inner world black. However, the flame chi quickly took back the initiative and completely suppressed the Yin spirit power. Although the Yin spirit power was huge, it was still ownerless. It wouldn't actively attack or defend, and Chen Zhao could control the flame chi. However, Chen Zhao remembered that the conflict and opposition between the flame chi and Yin spirit power was very similar to old Monster Kunlai's original cultivation method. It was a cultivation method after absorbing Yin and Yang chi. Although the path and method of operation were different, the idea was very similar. After the Yin and Yang chi was refined, it could produce chaotic energy. Then, could the refinement of the flame chi and Yin spirit power produce new energy? Chapter 2734. Of course, Chen Zhao couldn't do it on the spot. He had to find a place with no one around to do it. If he cultivated in front of Zhang Tiany like this, he would probably be used as a test subject. Zhang Tiany, Wu Xiu, and Qing He were all confused. Chen Zhao had clearly eaten too much earlier. Why did his appetite suddenly increase? Could something like appetite be activated in a berserk mode? While the three were still confused, Chen Zhao's dark lava had already covered Mr. Cunio's body. There wasn't any more dark power seeping out. A gust of wind blew past. Then the sky was covered by dark clouds again. But this time, the dark clouds weren't the result of a spell. It was a natural phenomenon. Soon, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled, followed by a downpour. No one tried to block it. They enjoyed the baptism of the rain. It was as if they were washing away the pain and filth on their bodies. Chen Zhao looked over. In the end, his gaze landed on Zhang Tiany, Wu Xiu, and Qing He. "Where's Tamamo? You let him go?" Chen Zhao's tone was somewhat interrogative. We didn't let her go," Qing He said awkwardly. "We didn't stop her." Tamamo was indeed weaker than Mr. Cunio. Theoretically, Chen Zhao could take care of Mr. Cunio alone. If the three old guys worked together, they should have been able to keep Tamamo here. But that wasn't the case. Tamamo hadn't planned on fighting them at all. She'd already left a way out for herself. More importantly, Tamamo no Mei's strength was not weak. Defeating Tamamo might not be difficult, but killing her wouldn't be so easy. The biggest difference between Tamamo and Mr. Cunio was that Mr. Cunio couldn't hide. Mr. Jun Fang couldn't hide. No matter where he hid, he would be as conspicuous as a 120-watt light bulb. Tamamo only had to hide in a crowd. If she wanted to, she could hide until the end of time. This had nothing to do with a few people working together. Even if there were 10 people at the same level, if Tamamo wanted to run, they wouldn't be able to stop her. Receiving Chen Zhao's disdainful gaze, the three old guys all had unnatural expressions. "Never mind. I'm tired." "Forget it. I'm tired." Chen Zhao's expression collapsed, revealing his fatigue. Chen Zhao didn't plan on asking where Tamamo no Mei had gone. In fact, Chen Zhao also knew how slippery Tamamo was. He had met her 3 times and fought her twice, and every time he didn't make her stay. He told the 3 of them to leave Tamamo behind. It was indeed a little difficult for them. Moreover, if Tamamo no Mei went all out, he probably wouldn't be any easier to deal with than Jun Bangsan. This was because Tamamo no Mei had never revealed her true strength. No one knew how many trump cards she had. She was a demon that was even more ancient than Jun Bangsan. Chen Zhao looked at Zhang Tiany. "I want to read Dragon Tiger Mountain's records." Zhang Tiany's mouth twitched. This time, he had tricked Chen Zhao into going back to China. He was treating Chen Zhao as a free fighter again. If he refused at this time, Chen Zhao would probably destroy his Dragon Tiger Mountain. Moreover, what Chen Zhao wanted to read would probably not be an ordinary book. You absorbed so much in-spirit energy. Are you really okay? Zhang Tianyi asked. If something happens to me, are you going to suppress me? Zhang Tianyi smiled awkwardly. He was embarrassed because Chen Zhao had hit the nail on the head. If anything happened to Chen Zhao, it would be his fault. Mr. Chen. Seeing Chen Zhao return to Dragon Tiger Mountain, Mo Han didn't know how he felt. Happy? Happy? Of course not. Mo Han knew his current position. He was Chen Zhao's slave. He had no right to speak in front of Chen Zhao. But, in fact, he wasn't completely without benefits. At least, Chen Zhao could be considered his backer now. In the past, he had many strong enemies in China. Those who could be his enemy live until now, and remember him were basically not easy to deal with. So, having a backer could indeed greatly increase his chances of survival. He knew that Chen Zhao had been dragged by Zhang Tianyi to deal with a terrifying enemy. It was said that it was an enemy that could cause a huge incident. Of course, he knew how terrifying a demon that could cause a huge incident was. In fact, in the incident back then, he was only cannon fodder. But he was still lucky enough to witness that unprecedented battle. And Mo Han was also a demon that had experienced the incident 20 years ago. Now, Chen Zhao had returned unharmed. Then the demon would naturally be executed. Chen Zhao glanced at Mo Han and nodded. He didn't say anything else. After Chen Zhao arrived at Dragon Tiger Mountain, he went straight to the library. Even the secret books in the library were open to Chen Zhao. Zhang Tianyi was also very helpless. If he used the books in the library to fool Chen Zhao, then their friendship would be completely broken. This time he was in the wrong for calling Chen Zhao back. If he played tricks on this kind of thing again, Chen Zhao definitely wouldn't care about him anymore. What Chen Zhao needed now was to systematically understand his own path. It was almost impossible to want a complete set of cultivation methods. Chen Zhao might be the person with the highest cultivation in human history, or at least one of them. So, there was currently no complete cultivation method or theory. Even the cultivation method Chen Zhao got from old monster Kunlai wasn't very complete, and it was more suitable for demons to cultivate. Even for the demon clan, most of them were not suitable to cultivate that cultivation method. It could be said that at Chen Zhao's level, it was no longer suitable for any of the existing cultivation methods and methods. Chen Zhao needed to cultivate and explore on his own. It wasn't a very pleasant thing to be the teacher of the first and all the latecomers, because exploring meant the unknown, and the unknown meant danger. But at this time, the advantage of Chen Zhao's strong body and mental strength was displayed. If it was Zhang Tianyi, he would be asked if he dared to give him a set of cultivation deviation meals. But Chen Zhao didn't need to worry about this. What if he got a pain in his qi circulation? It was fine, he could just turn back. Others were worried about hurting his meridians and acupuncture points. But Chen Zhao didn't have such worries at all. Chen Zhao even dared to swallow the nuclear waste and yin qi in the spiritual world. He might even be able to develop a new train of thought. Of course, Chen Zhao's constitution was almost impossible to replicate. Chen Zhao being able to reach his current level was largely related to luck. There was also an important thing, the golden key. But it wasn't an exaggeration to say that it was the evolution key. The evolution key fully explained the saying, "What can't kill me will make me stronger in the end." When Chen Zhao entered Dragon Tiger Mountain's library, the library was also locked, temporarily not allowing people to enter. Chapter 2735. What's going on? Why did his aura disappear? Zhang Tianyi sharply sensed that Chen Zhao's aura had suddenly disappeared from the library. This wasn't the first time. Chen Zhao's aura had disappeared irregularly in the past 2 days. At first, Zhang Tianyi would think that something had happened to Chen Zhao when he was cultivating. But as the number of times increased, Zhang Tianyi didn't find it strange anymore. He didn't give up on checking Chen Zhao's situation, but he still couldn't figure it out. Zhang Tianyi stood in front of the library, wondering if he should push the door open to see what was going on. Just then, the door opened from the inside. Chen Zhao walked out with a smile on his face. Zhang Tianyi revealed a trace of surprise. At the moment, Chen Zhao looked like an ordinary person. He didn't have any aura. Even the small world had disappeared. If Chen Zhao had concealed his aura, Zhang Tianyi could understand. But if the small world was concealed, it would make Chen Zhao feel like he was fighting him. That time, Chen Zhao had also completely merged the small world into his body. However, Chen Zhao was clearly not in the same state as before. How did you do it? Zhang Tianyi asked straightforwardly. Normally, it was harder for Shangqing realm experts to hide their cultivation than ordinary cultivators. If a cultivator was slightly better and had a higher perception, they would be able to sense the existence of the small world. Even if Chen Zhao had merged the small world into his body like last time, the abnormal aura on his body would also expose his strength. But right now, Chen Zhao's aura was like that of an ordinary person. If it wasn't for Chen Zhao's annoying face, Zhang Tianyi almost suspected that the person before him was an imposter. I'm not sure either. The micro world and my body have truly fused into one, and the inner world and the micro world have fused into one. In the inner world, after the flame qi and the yin spirit qi fused and tempered, a strange energy was produced. Because it was tempered by my own magic power, when it was stimulated by my magic power, this energy would vibrate and tear open an opening in a different space. Then, the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth would directly pour into my body from this different space. In other words, even in an absolute vacuum environment, I won't lack spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and I won't lose my magic power due to the exhaustion of spiritual energy of heaven and earth. You said you can tear open a space? Do you know the origin of this alternate dimension? I don't know, Chen Zhao said. According to modern science, it should be a world that's vaster and larger than our world. It also has spiritual qi that's 100 times denser than ours. I even have a rather bold guess. Chen Zhao nodded. What guess? Have you considered the problem of the spiritual qi tide? What does your current breakthrough have to do with the spiritual energy tide? People have always speculated that Earth is actually the great Tao golden core of some peerless expert, and the heavenly patterns are the meridians of this peerless expert. You should be familiar with this rumor, right? Zhang Tianyi lowered his head and thought for a moment, then nodded. Yes, but there's almost no basis for this speculation. If this is true, then this peerless expert is in the same realm as me. No, if this is true, then this peerless expert must be in a realm or higher than mine, so he must be able to tear open that alternate dimension. Then the spiritual qi tide can explain why the density of spiritual qi will increase by 10 or even 100 times. It gives me the feeling that it's more like the cycle of a cultivation technique. Chen Zhao paused and then said, Also, we've all speculated that the evolution of a small world will eventually turn into a real world. If this speculation is correct, then isn't Earth a real example? Zhang Tianyi suddenly looked at Chen Zhao. You found the trick? No, Chen Zhao said helplessly. Although my cultivation has improved, I still have no clue about our speculation. At the moment, Chen Zhao and Zhang Tianyi were not joking around as usual. Instead, he seriously communicated with Zhang Tianyi. Then do you think that Earth is alive? Chen Zhao shook his head. According to the clues we have and the hypothesis, I think it's dead. When is the next gathering? You decide the time, Chen Zhao said. Right now, their discussion was only vague. There were many things that could not be studied or discussed in depth. Moreover, Zhang Tianyi felt that he was not ready yet, because his realm was not high enough. Chen Zhao had already come into contact with things of that level, but Zhang Tianyi himself had no clue. Therefore, it was easy for Chen Zhao to make mistakes because he could not understand. This would be a huge loss to his cultivation and path. Did you find anything in the library of Mount Longhu? Yes, I found many useful things. They were quite enlightening for me. Which books enlightened you? You have to use your heart to find them. If you are fated, you will naturally find them. When Chen Zhao said this, he only felt that his body and mind were at ease. On the other hand, it was as if Zhang Tianyi had been fed dog shit, because most of the time he was the one saying this to others. In reality, there was nothing that could be said or not said. It was just that he was not willing to say it, or was too lazy to say it. But in the eyes of the low-level cultivators, it was because Zhang Tianyi was unfathomable and they were too mediocre. But as an expert, how could Zhang Tianyi not know? Chen Zhao's words were just to disgust him. Yes, Chen Zhao was purely trying to disgust Zhang Tianyi. Life is full of ups and downs, Zhang Tianyi roared. Don't bully me because I'm poor. Say this to me in 30 years, Chen Zhao sneered. Oh, I'm leaving. You're going back to America. In a few days, I've arranged a gathering with the employees of a domestic animation company. I'll go home after the Lantern Festival. Do you mind if I come too? Yes, Chen Zhao said with a cold expression. Don't be so stingy. At most, I'll invite you to the gathering of the studio I recruited. I've invested hundreds of millions of yuan into my animation company. It's not something any random person can compare to. My goal is for my company to change the domestic animation market, to charge out of Asia and into the world. Chen Zhao did not have such plans, but it did not stop him from bragging in front of Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi glanced at Chen Zhao with disdain. Why don't you say charge out of the solar system and into the universe? Anyway, you can be jealous. My company is about to produce an animated film. How about we compete? I'll have my studio produce an animation too. Let's compare the ratings, or the number of internet views. What ratings and views? My goal is the big screen. You're too low end. I don't want to talk to you. You'll lower my level. Chapter 2736. Shouldn't you leave something behind before you leave? Zhang Tianyi asked. Chen Zhao turned to look at Zhang Tianyi. Why do you sound like a villain's lines when they reveal their true colors? Zhang Tianyi looked at Chen Zhao with a dark expression. He thought to himself, even if I'm a villain, I won't pick on a mad dog like you. You've seen my grand disciple. Fanya, how about it? Are you interested in being a teacher? Chen Zhao chuckled. Zhang Tianyi said goodbye. Don't go. Zhang Tianyi pulled Chen Zhao. You can even be a teacher in name. Wow. Should I be proud? Chen Zhao's face was full of disdain. She's the future star of Dragon Tiger Mountain. She might even be the sect leader or a celestial master. It's not embarrassing to be a teacher to a celestial master. Don't think I don't know that there are as many future sect leaders as dogs in your sect. Future celestial masters are everywhere, like that 1,000-year-old bloodline. Don't tell me you brought him here to be a mascot. Then I can't help it. There are too many talents in the sect. I have a headache too. Zhang Tianyi had an expression that was asking for a beating. However, there are so many prodigies who can truly reach the Shangqing realm. The successors who guard the mountain gates may not be able to walk out from among them. Talent is one thing, opportunity is another. This was the reality. If one could reach the Shangqing realm just by relying on talents, in this world, there wouldn't only be a handful of Shangqing realm experts. As far as Qin Zhao knew, there were only Biafra, the 23rd generation Bloody Mary, Zhang Tianyi, Wu Su Jinren, and Qing Ping Jinren. Furthermore, who knew how many heavenly materials and earthly treasures they had used in the process. And with the Celestial Master sect's current status and prestige, they needed at least one Shangqing realm master to protect them from being coveted, even when he died and the spiritual tide era came. And Chen Zhao was undoubtedly the best guide for Fangya. Zhang Tianyi also knew that it was too difficult for Fang, yet to become the second Chen Zhao. But even if Fang Ye only reached the Shangqing realm, the Celestial Master sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain would make a fortune. No time, no interest, no ideas, no benefits. In fact, if Fang Ye really did manage to lead the Celestial Master sect on Longhu Mountain one day, she would indeed have a very good network of connections. Even if she did not manage to take over the Celestial Master sect of Mount Longhu in the end, she would still be an important figure in the sect. In the future, when you run into trouble, all you have to do is take it out. I'm the teacher of the Celestial Masters of Longhu Mountain. Just this title alone was enough to make him awesome. However, teaching disciples was a waste of time. Qin Zhao didn't need it. His laziness was a terminal cancer. Moreover, Chen Zhao didn't really like the disciples of the celestial sect of Dragon Tiger Mountain, especially that young guy. To others, those with the surname Yang were noble and unsullied. But to Chen Zhao, she was a fucking saint. You owe me a favor, and you're not going to return it just because you say so? I asked you to go undercover, but you went undercover and became one of the other party's people. If he didn't have a good sect, if he didn't have a good grandmaster, Chen Zhao cut him up like sashimi. Who knew if Fang Yu would also be trained by Zhang Tianyi to become the second Yang Guo? Chen Zhao didn't plan to have another disciple who disobeyed him all the time. That would just be looking for trouble for himself. Zhang Tianyi still wanted to persuade him, but Chen Zhao made up his mind. He wouldn't listen. He would just chant, "Old Mo, we're going down the mountain." Mo Han put down the Dragon Tiger Mountain book in his hand. These few days he was actually immersed in the book provided by the Taoist sacred ground. It was a little hard to extricate himself. The reason why Dragon Tiger Mountain did not restrict Mo Han. Actually, it was because there were no restrictions on Chen Zhao. But what was the difference between Chen Zhao and Mo Han? If Mo Han really needed a book, Chen Zhao would tell him. He told Chen Zhao, and Chen Zhao copied it out for him. So this restriction was meaningless. He might as well show it to him openly. Of course, the prerequisite was that he couldn't copy it, although he was not very willing to leave Dragon Tiger Mountain. Mo Han still had to follow Chen Zhao's orders. They took a flight back to Magic City. Over the past few days, Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing had accompanied Fei Lai around the entire Sorcerer City. And Chen Zhao, this irresponsible man, only accompanied Fei Lai for 2 days. Then he disappeared without a trace. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing even reported him to Fei Lai. But Fei Lai was already used to this. If Chen Zhao could stay where he was obediently, that would be truly strange. Fei Lai was also not surprised by Chen Zhao's sudden return. "Darling, are you done?" Fei Lai had actually realized that something was wrong with Chen Zhao when he'd been hit by the 9 dirty spells. But she knew that she couldn't help, so she didn't show it. "Yes, I'm done." Chen Zhao nodded. "Uncle, you must have gone to defeat some demon king again. You didn't even bring me." The younger ones were very unhappy that Chen Zhao had left them behind. Even the most introverted Kilo was actually a restless young man. Moreover, he was already at the age of restlessness. Chen Zhao heard that when he was in school, he had already started fighting back against those who had bullied him. Zhang Ting and Yi Ziqing were also in the living room. They had just walked around the mall with Fei Lai. When they came back, they saw Chen Zhao. Hearing the children's words, they all thought that it was a fairy tale that Chen Zhao and Fei Lai had told them. And Chen Zhao was the hero in the fairy tale. Were all foreign children so childish? Chen Zhao chatted with the children for a bit. Then everyone went to the restaurant. Just then, a few police officers entered the restaurant. Chen Zhao recognized one of them. It was the policewoman who had brought him to the police station that day. Her name was Rowling. "Hello, Officer Rowling." "Mr. Chen, there's a murder case that requires your assistance." Chen Zhao's expression was slightly awkward. "Officer Rowling, I was assisting last time too. Are you assisting this time too? Did I offend you?" "Just assisting," Rowling emphasized. "You've already explained to me what you mean by assisting in the investigation. The situation this time is a bit special." Rolling stared at Qin Zhao, but then she turned to Yi Ziqing. Ms. Yi, the victim this time is your ex-boyfriend, Yu Keming. Yi Ziqing froze. How is that possible? He's dead? She didn't have any feelings for Yu Keming anymore. But when she heard that Yu Keming was dead, she was still shocked. Yes, he died in his own home 4 days ago. He was only discovered today. The body has already been found. I had some conflicts with him. But you don't suspect me of being the murderer, right? Chen Zhao said helplessly. It's not that I suspect you, but the situation this time is a bit special. The victim's death isn't normal. Chapter 27:37. This time, Rolling really wanted Chen Zhao to help with the investigation. She didn't want to trip him up or play dirty tricks. Yi Ziqing still couldn't believe Yu Keming's death. When she saw Yu Keming's photo, all her disdain and hatred for Yu Keming disappeared. Of course, Chen Zhao saw the photo too. Even he couldn't help but sigh. This guy really died a horrible death. Yu Keming's organs were smeared in a forbidden way into a horrifying scene. Yu Keming still had a smile on his face before he died. A few days had passed, and his body looked a bit swollen. After a short reunion with Fei Lai helplessly, Chen Zhao was forcefully taken away again. Of course, compared to Rolling's cold attitude last time, Chen Zhao's attitude was better this time. Perhaps it was because they'd been trapped in that special space together last time. So, Rolling felt that she and Chen Zhao were life and death friends. But to Chen Zhao, if Rolling had come out 2 days later, he probably would have forgotten about her. But to Chen Zhao, if Rolling had come out 2 days later, he probably would have forgotten about her. I didn't allow you to put your feet on the seat of my car. First of all, we're not friends. Second, even if we were, I wouldn't agree. Firstly, we're not friends. Secondly, even if we were friends, I wouldn't agree. Rolling didn't know what was in Chen Zhao's head. Was it more comfortable to sit cross-legged? Last time he sat in the back seat. This time, he actually sat cross-legged in the front seat. What's wrong with you? I came to find you because I want to go to the crime scene with you and see if I can find any clues. Are you kidding? It's just a photo and I almost peed my pants. You want me to go to the crime scene? Do you think I ate too much for lunch? Chen Zhao raised his voice by 3 octaves. To be honest, even if Chen Zhao wasn't afraid of bloody scenes, he still didn't want to go. Because the crime scene wasn't bloody. It was disgusting. Rolling didn't care if Chen Zhao agreed to it or not. Then, Chen Zhao regretted it. He realized that bloody and disgusting were 2 different things. He could already feel it when he looked at the photo. However, it was still within Chen Zhao's acceptable range. But after Rolling dragged him to the crime scene, Chen Zhao felt that he'd overestimated his limits. He was used to big scenes and thought that he could handle it. But when he saw Yu Keming and the environment, he vomited. Really? I don't care who did this. Chen Zhao only wanted to say that he had lost, although the body had been taken away by the police. But the layout of the scene was still the same. The stench still lingered in the air. Beauty, why did you drag me here? Now that I'm done being disgusted, can I go now? Show some respect. Policewoman? The people's police? Or a young lady? What do you want me to call you? I'm not in the mood to joke with you. Well, officer comrade, why did you call me here? I don't think there's anything I can help you with. Spend the night here with me. Damn, are you kidding me? Did it have to be so exciting right from the start? I'm a man with a family. Rolling's face was still dark as she looked at Chen Zhao. I think this isn't normal. It's like the ghost that hit the wall that day. I told my colleagues, but they didn't believe me. Stop joking. Whether or not there are ghosts here, it's not a place for people to live. Look here. If it's not a haunted house, then it's a bathroom. And it hasn't been flushed in decades. You want me to spend the night here? Are you trying to suffocate me to death? What if there's no ghost? We've wasted the night. Where's the ghost? Are we catching the ghost or delivering food? Have you thought it through? Rolling looked at him. I've investigated your recent whereabouts. You left some traces at Dragon Tiger Mountain. You even donated some money to the Taoist Association and became an honorary president. Did you run to Dragon Tiger Mountain to ask for help because of what happened that night? Did you get some ghost drawings from the Taoist? Or did you get a promise from a master that if you crush something when you're in danger, someone will appear to save you? What are you thinking? Qin Zhao rolled his eyes. If I can get help from a master just by donating money, I can donate so much that he'll run all over the place. Fine, fine. I know you're rich. Anyway, stay here with me tonight. Why should I? Then I'll take you back to the station. I won't lock you up for long. Just 24 hours. Do as you see fit. I have nothing to do with this. I know, but you had a conflict with him after all. It's reasonable to lock you up for 24 hours. It's like letting the dead rest in peace. I think you won't object, right? I object. Why should I? Objection overruled. I really can't stay here for another second. If I do, I'll puke out last night's supper. Chen Zhao's face paled. I'm not afraid. What are you afraid of? It's a matter of smell. It has nothing to do with courage. Do you have a cold? Or maybe you don't have a sense of smell at all. Rolling glanced at Chen Zhao. Then she pulled open the corner of her shirt, revealing the gun holster on her waist. Fine, fine. You're awesome, okay? The entire building was temporarily locked down because of this vicious incident. There was no one in the entire building except for Chen Zhao and Rolling. Chen Zhao really couldn't breathe in the room, so he sat in the corridor outside the door. A while later, Rolling came out too. Seeing Chen Zhao holding a bowl of instant noodles, she froze. Where did you get it? I saw that the neighbor's house wasn't closed, so I closed it for him. And then, when I was closing, I saw this bowl of noodles. I think it'll expire in another day. And then, I left $100. Is that why you didn't prepare a bowl for me? Without hesitation, Rolling commandeered the bowl of noodles in Chen Zhao's hands. Then, Chen Zhao picked up a bowl of noodles filled with sumptuous ingredients. Chen Zhao ate a few mouthfuls and glanced at Rolling. I saw that their ingredients are almost spoiled. Also, I'll help them deal with the expired ones. If she wasn't hungry, Rolling really wanted to flip the bowl of instant noodles. The instant noodles, which were originally delicious, were now completely tasteless. Suddenly, Chen Zhao felt some kind of spiritual fluctuation in the wall he was leaning against. It was like something had appeared. Chen Zhao put down his bowl and chopsticks and glanced at Rolling beside him. Rolling glanced at him in surprise. What's wrong? Chen Zhao thought for a moment and then shook his head. No, nothing. Whatever, that thing was too disgusting. I'll pretend I don't know. I'll spend the night in this corridor and run far away tomorrow. I'll run out of sorcery and never come back. Chapter 2738. Chen Zhao felt that with him leading the team, he should be able to keep Rolling company for the night. Tomorrow he would be able to wash his hands of this matter and wash his hands of it. As for what Rolling wanted to do after that, that had nothing to do with him. But things didn't go as he wished. Chen Zhao wanted to have a peaceful night, but someone wasn't willing. The elevator suddenly opened with a ding. The person who came out froze. At the moment, Chen Zhao and Rolling were sitting at the elevator door. They looked at each other awkwardly. A middle-aged man wearing a yellow Taoist robe walked out of the elevator. The man's yellow Taoist robe was very similar to the ones worn by charlatans in Hong Kong movies in the early 90s. The small mustache at the corner of his mouth made him look even more cunning. When the Taoist saw Chen Zhao and Rolling, his first reaction was to take out his peach wood sword. He was about to cast a spell on the two. If you dare to use a spell, I'll stuff your head into the toilet. Chen Zhao said telepathically to the Taoist. The Taoist was stunned. His eyes widened and he stared at Chen Zhao in shock. Instantly, he broke out in a cold sweat. Not everyone could use telepathic spells. It was basically an ability that only high-end cultivators had. and the man before him was clearly a high-end cultivator. After coming into contact with Chen Zhao's murderous gaze, the Taoist froze on the spot. The Taoist priest froze on the spot, not knowing what to do for a moment. The Taoist wanted to turn and leave, but just then, Rolling suddenly took out her gun and aimed it at the Taoist. "Don't move. Hands up." The Taoist glanced at Chen Zhao and could only raise his hands helplessly. He was a third-rate Taoist cultivator. He couldn't block bullets. Also, Taoists weren't good at fighting. In particular, guns that were used against ordinary people were not their forte. Of course, under normal circumstances, at a distance of less than 2 meters, he could totally subdue Rolling before she could take out her gun. But now, Chen Zhao stood beside Rolling. He didn't dare to move at all. Chen Zhao could use telepathic spells and make such a threat. This was enough to prove that Chen Zhao was definitely stronger than a dabbler like him. "It's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. I'm on your side." The Taoist priest quickly raised his hands and said, "Who's on the same side as you?" Rolling said coldly, "Who are you? Why are you here?" In fact, Rolling had already treated him as a suspect, according to the plot that she had made up for herself. It was an evil Taoist priest who wanted to use some evil magic, and Yu Keming was killed by this evil Taoist priest. Then he used Yu Keming's corpse to set up that evil and disgusting scene. In the end, he just happened to see it. I also have a police comrade friend. This time, I was entrusted by him to come over and take a look at the situation. The Taoist priest quickly said, "A police friend." Rolling frowned. She did not immediately accept the Taoist priest's explanation, and still pointed the gun at the Taoist priest. "What's the name of your police friend? Which area is it in charge of? What's the police number?" Rolling threw a few questions at him. "This is the place. His name is Wang Zhe." "Leader?" Rolling was surprised, but his words didn't dispel her suspicions. "Look at him." Rolling held the gun in one hand and took out the phone with the other. "Leader, I met a sneaky Taoist priest. He said that he was entrusted by you. Is that true? You met that old liar." "Old liar? What happened? He's a liar? He's in our area. He has a fortune-telling stall on Hualin Road. A few years ago, the city enforcement officers raided his stall. Then, when I passed by, I kicked the city enforcement officer. That old liar left me his business card and said that I can find him if I need anything. In recent years, he's helped me solve some problems. He really knows magic? I don't know if he knows magic, but this old liar has some connections." The old liar looked at Rolling. "How about it? I didn't lie to you, did I?" Only then did Rolling put down her gun. Although she still had some doubts, at least she no longer treated the old liar as a suspect. It wasn't because she trusted the old liar. It was because she trusted her leader. "Why are you here?" "Leader Wang Zhe told me to take a look. Maybe I can find some clues here and help him solve the case." Rolling didn't think that her captain would tell her not to believe in any supernatural powers or gods. In the end, she'd actually hired a charlatan to take a look. "Then why did you take out the peachwood sword when you saw us just now? I thought you were dirty things." Rolling's face darkened. The old liar looked at Chen Zhao carefully. He realized that Chen Zhao was looking at him with a smile. His gaze was really uncomfortable. A smiling tiger, the old liar thought to himself. "You're the dirty thing," Rolling said angrily. Yes, I'm dirty, okay?" The old liar had been on the streets for decades. He wasn't afraid of honor or disgrace. Rolling's angry words didn't even tickle him. "Can you really tell what kind of spell it is?" Rolling asked in a serious tone. The old liar glanced at Chen Zhao and thought, "Can't you just have the one beside you? Why do you have to trouble me?" The old liar didn't mind being ordered around by a police comrade. Because Chen Zhao was a regular person, he could find some sense of superiority as a cultivator. But acting like a big shot in front of an expert, then he wouldn't be able to handle it. It would be fine if Chen Zhao pretended to be stable. If he was slightly out of sorts, if he did that, he would lose all his face. We're just trying to make a living. Why do you have to be so direct? Huh. The old liar decided to back out. He didn't want to follow Rolling's intentions. In any case, there was already an expert here to hold the fort. If he interfered, it would be breaking the rules. Plus, Chen Zhao was stronger than him. There was no need for him to stay and accumulate hatred. Maybe that brat's purpose was to leave a favorable impression in front of the policewoman and then chase after her. If he stayed, he might be targeted by Chen Zhao. Don't tell me you charlatans have some rule that you can't answer directly in front of regular people? If that's the case, I know the rules and I won't go around announcing it. Since you can work with our leader, you shouldn't mind working with me, right? The old liar glanced at Chen Zhao. He thought, isn't this girl's brain a little developed? Although part of her speculation was correct. Actually, no one would care about that rule. As long as one didn't go to the TV station to perform, no one would care. Work together? You're thinking too much. I don't have a working relationship with your leader. Chapter 2739. The old liar emphasized again that he and Rolling's captain, Wang Zhe, were sworn enemies. No, sworn friends. Anyway, the old liar didn't want to work with Rolling. But just then, a head popped out of the door of Yu Kemming's apartment beside Rolling. It was a bloody head. The place where the door of the rental house came into contact with the bloody skull had been corroded and turned black. When the old liar saw the head, he couldn't help but be terrified. He took a few steps back and sat on the ground. Blood demon. Rolling was so frightened that she pulled out her gun. Bang, bang. Rolling's 2 shots hit the head directly. Blood splattered out from the temples of the flesh head. But it didn't die. It wasn't even injured. The bullet slowly seeped out of its face and fell to the ground. The head turned and looked at Rolling. Then it shot a mouthful of bloody phlegm at her. Rolling suddenly felt her body being pulled by a huge force. She was flung 2 meters away. Looking back, she realized that Chen Zhao had pulled her over. What are you doing? Chen Zhao lifted his hand and pointed at the wall beside him. The bloody phlegm that the head had spat out earlier had already left a horrifying hole in the wall. You should thank me, Chen Zhao said. By then, the old liar had also come back to his senses. He quickly jumped up and stabbed the peach with sword into the head's neck, which was still unable to move. Borrowing the power of the 5 mountains, 9 revolutions, lightning. A bolt of lightning suddenly flashed across the old liar's peach with sword. But the head wasn't injured at all. Instead, it turned at an unbelievable angle and looked at the old liar above. Then, the peach wood sword that had stabbed into the head started to corrode. The rot kept spreading upwards. The old liar hurriedly let go of the peach wood sword. Hurry up and purify it. Rolling screamed in fear. Purification is something that foreigners do. If I want to do something, I can only do it to eliminate demons and protect the Tao. The old liar corrected. Then hurry up and eliminate demons and protect the Tao. Actually, regardless of whether it was domestic or foreign, purification or elimination, the process was similar. Basically, everyone's techniques were more or less the same. If they could get rid of the unclean things and leave behind a pure spirit body with no negative side effects, that would be considered purification. As for those who couldn't withstand it, that would be hopeless. That would be worth it to get rid of demons and defend the Tao. To put it simply, those who died would be slaying demons, while those who lived would be purified. Of course, most of the time, they only faced spiritual bodies. However, they were now facing a true demon. Get rid of my ass, this thing can't be killed. Motherfucker, which lunatic came up with this thing? The old swindler cursed. Although the old swindler's means were not high, his vision was not low. In the spirit world, as long as one had a demon with them, there was basically nothing good. Turning around and leaving was a normal option. If he couldn't leave, he would hide. This was the backup option. Of course, there were always high-end people who developed some spells. It was specifically used to carry out the true exorcism. However, for the time being, blood demons belonged to the category that couldn't be destroyed. There was really no way to destroy this thing. The only thing that worked was the seal. Can't you kill this thing? This thing is truly immortal. Hurry up and run. The old swindler was already planning to retreat. However, he still reminded Rowling to retreat out of professional ethics. Just then, black spots of erosion started appearing on the door of the rental house. Then, the blood demon's limbs appeared through the spots. After enduring the pressure that it shouldn't have, the door finally collapsed. Everyone finally saw the blood demon's true appearance. It was a thing that only maintained its human form with its head. Its limbs were completely pieced together. Even Picasso couldn't imagine such a twisted and weird thing. 5 limbs of different lengths were distributed in different positions. There was no symmetry at all. Its movements were also slightly awkward. Blood Demon looked at the old swindler and then at Rowling. Finally, it looked at Chen Zhao. "It's you." Blood Demon suddenly revealed a horrifying smile. Chen Zhao scratched his head. "You recognize me?" If Blood Demon hadn't said this, Chen Zhao wouldn't have noticed this bloody face. It had seemed to be you coming. "You snatched Ziqing. You stole my girlfriend. Do you think you can do whatever you want with money?" Blood Demon growled with a hideous expression. "Ah, it's you." Chen Zhao shrugged, indicating that he just recognized him. "You're the one who lives off a woman and isn't professional at all, right?" Rowling and the old swindler broke out in a cold sweat. Didn't this guy see what state Blood Demon was in? Did he want to die faster? Did he have to anger Blood Demon? "I'm going to kill you." As expected, Blood Demon was triggered by Chen Zhao's words. Just as Blood Demon pounced over, Chen Zhao suddenly grabbed the broom beside him. The broom stick stabbed into Blood Demon's mouth and nailed him to the wall. Even the old swindler was dumbfounded, not to mention Rowling. Of course, the Blood Demon could even corrode a refined peach with sword, not to mention the broomstick. But one had to admit that Chen Zhao's move was very cruel. "You don't think you can kill it like this?" Poof! Before the Blood Demon could finish, Chen Zhao suddenly swung his tail and kicked the Blood Demon's head away. Rowling stared at Chen Zhao in shock. In her impression, Chen Zhao was a rich person. He lived like a prince and was used to enjoying life. Plus, Chen Zhao had shown last time that he was overcautious and cowardly. So, she didn't think that Chen Zhao would dare to attack such a terrifying Blood Demon. In the end, who would have thought that Chen Zhao would not only use his hands, but also his feet? Furthermore, it was such a ferocious sweep. He kicked Blood Demon's head off and sent it flying. After the blood-colored head flew out, it evaporated in the air. Then, an even more twisted head grew out from Blood Demon's broken neck. Let me finish what I have to say. Blood Demon wasn't afraid of Chen Zhao at all. Moreover, he didn't allow Chen Zhao to be angry at him. Chen Zhao didn't even let him finish. Blood Demon's cheeks puffed up, and he was about to spit blood at Chen Zhao. But this mouthful of bloody phlegm was still brewing. His chin was hit hard by Chen Zhao. Chen Zhao's kick almost broke the Blood Demon's neck. "You can't. Even if you become like this, you won't have a chance to take revenge," Chen Zhao said casually. If you can't kill me, you can only wait for death. It's just a matter of time." Chapter 2740. The Blood Demon was very cowardly. At least, most people and he thought so. Of course, Chen Zhao wasn't scared at all. If Chen Zhao could be defeated so easily, his enemies would probably create hundreds of Blood Demons and throw them at Chen Zhao. The only advantage the Blood Demon had before Chen Zhao was that it was disgusting. Rowling and the old liar were both stunned. They suddenly realized something. It was said to be a very powerful Blood Demon. It didn't seem like much. Chen Zhao kicked the Blood Demon's shoulder. The Blood Demon was kicked into the apartment directly. Then Chen Zhao followed. Rolling heard banging noises in the room. Chen Zhao seemed to be dismantling the house. She craned her neck and looked inside. Rolling saw Chen Zhao stabbing a chair leg into the blood demon's back. Yo, looks like your flesh can't corrode stainless steel. Chen Zhao chuckled at the blood demon. Let me go. I'll kill you. The blood demon roared in anger. Chen Zhao turned his head and looked at Rolling. Do you have the phone number of a secret department that deals with these things? For example, a special operation team. Rolling was dumbfounded. Before this, she didn't believe that there were supernatural things in the world. Where did he get the phone number of a secret department? No. Do you have one? Chen Zhao looked at the old liar. No. You're in the industry. How can you not have one? Then, do you have the phone number of the police station chief? I do, Rolling answered. Haha, you can't kill me. It's time for you to die. The blood demon wanted to twist his body, but his body was locked by 4 stainless steel chair legs. Chen Zhao was still sitting in the chair. This made it impossible for the blood demon to move his twisted body. Let's try and see if there's a way to kill him, the old liar suggested. What idea do you have? Usually, unclean things are afraid of fire. Let's try a fire attack first, the old liar said. Rolling looked forward to the old liar's fire spell with interest, but she was soon disappointed. The old liar actually took out a gas can from the kitchen. Then he used the gas pipe to make a simple flamethrower. The blood demon howled. But the flamethrower didn't do much damage to him. When the flame sprayed on his skin would also be scorched black. However, it would quickly shed its skin and replace it with a new layer of skin. Let's try something else, Chen Zhao said. The smell is disgusting. Rolling and Old Liar covered their noses and tacitly stopped trying. Old Liar, is there any other way? The old swindler took out several dozen different talismans from his body. This is the Shadow Thunder incantation. Give it a try. The old swindler picked out one of the many talismans. A black thunderbolt burst out from the burnt talisman and struck the blood devil. The blood demon howled, but just like before, the wound quickly healed. Looks like it's useless. Let's try again. It's useless again. The dirty water technique. It's ineffective. Wood burial. Ineffective. 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 Gradually, the old liar's forehead started to sweat. Could it be that this blood demon really couldn't be destroyed? Devil-aged metal destruction. The old swindler's last talisman shot out a dark golden sword light. Ah! The blood devil let out a miserable shriek. His shoulder was pierced, but the healing speed was extremely slow. Devil-aged metal destruction seems to work. He can still heal, but it's clearly much slower than before, the old swindler said in shock. It's probably because his resistance to metal spells isn't high, Chen Zhao said. Seeing that his flesh can't corrode stainless steel, we can more or less come to a conclusion. That shouldn't be the case. In the past, people tried to stab the blood demon with swords, but it didn't work. It's not that it didn't work. It's probably because his flesh and blood corroded a regular demon vanquishing sword, Chen Zhao speculated. In other words, if the demon vanquishing sword is coated with a layer of steel film, it can deal effective damage to it? I think so. Let me go. Let me go. I won't take revenge. I won't take revenge. Seeing that its weakness had been found, the blood demon immediately backed down. But just then, the old swindler suddenly let out a miserable shriek. A golden sword light pierced through the old swindler's shoulder. Chen Zhao and Rolling looked up. A stranger had appeared at the door. I'm so sorry. I didn't want to show myself, but now you want to get rid of the blood demon that I painstakingly created, so I have to show myself. It's all your fault, the stranger muttered to himself. The stranger muttered to himself. You don't know how much effort it takes to create a blood demon. Just the candidate alone is 1 in a million. Furthermore, he has to cooperate with me. Otherwise, it would be difficult to successfully create one. In the past 20 years, I've only been able to create 5. Rowling immediately pointed her gun at the stranger. Judging from his tone, he was the one who created the blood demon. In other words, he was the murder suspect. At the same time, he was the culprit behind all this. The stranger who had suddenly appeared wore a long robe and had a bald head. He didn't look old, but Qin Zhao felt that his life force had dried up. He was like an old man with a weak body. Of course, it was common for some cultivators to use evil spells to maintain their own life force through other people's life force. Qin Zhao had met quite a few cultivators like this. There are quite a few in foreign countries. But what Qin Zhao really cared about was that the stranger had actually evaded Qin Zhao's senses before appearing. To Qin Zhao, this was the most unbelievable thing. The stranger really couldn't be considered strong. At the very least, Qin Zhao had figured out most of the stranger's background with just one glance. However, Qin Zhao wasn't familiar with the Huaxia's spiritual world. Thus, he couldn't tell the stranger's background. But the old liar's expression instantly turned to panic. This panic wasn't just because the stranger had injured him with a sneak attack. It was also because he'd guessed the stranger's background. Dallas blood. How come it's you? How dare you step into Huaxia? Oh, isn't this the ancient Taoist priest of the river? Qin Zhao and Rowling couldn't help but glance at the old liar. Ancient Taoist priest? Ancient Taoist priest? It sounded like there was some truth to this title. The old liar stood up with difficulty. Murderous intent appeared in Dallas Blood's eyes. The old liar knew his identity. This time, he'd secretly returned to Huaxia. If his identity was exposed, then he definitely wouldn't have the chance to escape like before. So the old liar had to die. The old Taoist priest naturally knew Dallas Blood's true identity. He was a demon who'd wreaked havoc more than a decade ago. Everyone in the Huaxia spiritual world wanted to kill him. Qin Zhao recognized the stranger's identity. The stranger would definitely kill the 3 of them to silence them. Thus, in this battle, he couldn't pretend to be a third-rate charlatan anymore. The old liar glanced at Qin Zhao out of the corner of his eye. Kid, this demon has an extraordinary background. Don't pretend to be a normal person. If you keep hiding, all 3 of us will die here. Chapter 2741. Rowling looked at him in disbelief. You too. Qin Zhao chuckled and didn't meet Rowling's gaze. He didn't respond to her. The blood demon wasn't much trouble for Qin Zhao, even if they used ordinary people or slightly more extreme methods. Qin Zhao could solve it without raising Rowling's suspicions. But then came the blood ancestor Dallas. Qin Zhao probably wouldn't be able to deal with it like a normal person. Blood ancestor Dallas also looked at Qin Zhao. You are also a cultivator? I couldn't tell, but your blood energy is shockingly thick. If you are willing to cooperate with me, I can give you even greater power, Dallas Blood said nonchalantly. Ha! Turned into this thing. Qin Zhao said, pointing at the blood demon. It's even more advanced than this, blood ancestor Dallas said. Then you need to let me weigh the pros and cons first, don't you think? Is my name not enough? Sorry, I just came back from abroad, Qin Zhao said, shrugging and smiling. I'm not familiar with the local environment. In fact, it wasn't that Qin Zhao wasn't familiar with the supernatural world. He just knew nothing about it. Therefore, he had no idea who the Dallas blood ancestor was. The old swindler had the urge to vomit blood. In fact, he'd had some hope for Qin Zhao. After all, Qin Zhao could talk to them telepathically. This was a very high-level spell. But when they heard that Qin Zhao had returned from abroad, they were all shocked. His mood instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. This was considered regional discrimination. Domestic spirit world cultivators had always held a lofty attitude toward foreign spirit world cultivators. However, this was also within reason. In most cases, when they were at the same cultivation level, domestic cultivators would beat foreign spiritualists. These were all standard operations. They heard that Chen Zhao had come back from abroad. The old liar first deducted 30% of Chen Zhao's strength. This blood ancestor Taoist was involved in a major event 20 years ago. Oh, did he have a brilliant record in that incident? This wasn't the first time Qin Zhao had heard people mention the big event from 20 years ago. That would be a major event in the entire world. It was also a glorious era in which all the spiritualists in the world of the supernatural world cast aside their differences and fought together. Yes, it was indeed glorious. However, it was not in the battle against the peerless great demon and his army of demons and devils. Instead, it was in the matter of plotting against other cultivators. While everyone was busy fighting against the peerless great demon, he ambushed other cultivators from behind. Over 200 cultivators were ambushed by him, and many of their souls were plundered by him. It was also because of that incident that his reputation in the supernatural world became unbearably bad. Blood ancestor Taoist smiled. He was not angered by the old liar's derogatory words when introducing him. He was more concerned about the outcome of the match, the winner taking all. Naturally, it also included the right to speak. It was as if he had pressed the button and he had lost. Therefore, what he had done was exposed. In fact, there were many people who were worse than him in the past. It was just that they had done it more discreetly. Regardless of time, race, there was never a shortage of traitors. You don't seem to have told me that I once defeated 12 grand cultivators on my own in a battle. The old liar's expression turned even uglier. He had purposely not said it. He was afraid of scaring Chen Zhao away. They were already at a disadvantage. Once Chen Zhao lost the courage to fight, he would only be defeated by blood ancestor Taoists, one by one. No, with blood ancestor Taoist strength. He didn't even need to defeat them one by one. The old liar was one of the 12 grand cultivators that blood ancestor Taoists had defeated in that battle. In that battle, blood ancestor Taoists had killed 8 people. 2 were heavily injured, 1 was completely crippled, and 1 was the old liar himself. Although the old liar's cultivation hadn't been crippled, his power had been greatly reduced. He had once been a first-rate grand cultivator, but now he only had first-rate vision. He had once stood at the peak of the supernatural world in Huaxia, but now he only had 1/10 or 2/10 of his cultivation left. For anyone who had once stood at the peak, it would not feel good to fall from the pedestal. This was also why the old liar had only been living as a charlatan all these years. Their only advantage now was that they were in the city. Even blood ancestor Taoists didn't dare to cause too much of a commotion here. His appearance in Huaxia this time was probably sneaky as well. No matter how arrogant blood ancestor Taoist was, he wouldn't dare to swagger around in Huaxia. Blood ancestor Taoist, you may be skilled, but this is Huaxia. If you fight with us here, I'm afraid you won't even be able to walk out of this block before you'll be surrounded by cultivators from all directions. Humph, don't try to scare me. What commotion can I cause against you guys? You think too highly of yourself. Although blood ancestor Taoist said that he didn't care, he was actually quite cautious. He was a Huaxia cultivator himself, so he naturally knew how vast the supernatural world was. Blood ancestor Taoist didn't plan on waiting any longer, lest something unexpected happened. Blood ancestor Taoist quickly formed seals with his hands. A scarlet mist emanated from his body. This is a spell from Dragon Tiger Mountain, right? Chen Zhao tilted his head and looked at blood ancestor Taoist's spell in confusion. How is that possible? That's the blood refinement magic. Old liar said. Blood ancestor Taoist created it himself. Chen Zhao frowned at blood ancestor Taoist. Why did this blood refinement magic look so much like Dragon Tiger Mountain's Heaven Master Sect's Kiliakosm return to one divine art? Chun Zhao had read through all of Dragon Tiger Mountain's top secret books, including private collections and ancient treasures. He didn't let go of any of them. Most of them didn't leave any impression. But Kiliakosm returned to one divine art was one of the few that left a deep impression on Chun Zhao. This was because this technique could allow one to cultivate divine powers. What was a divine power? In more conventional terms, it was called a superpower. There were usually two ways to obtain divine powers. One was born through bloodline inheritance. When one awakened magic power, they would also awaken divine powers. The other was a sudden epiphany during cultivation. The probability of this was relatively low. There wasn't a clear pattern. Anyway, it was very random. It was possible to suddenly comprehend a divine power under any circumstances. However, one thing was certain. Divine powers were very practical in battle. There were even some highly compatible divine abilities that could double one's cultivation and combat strength. However, this divine ability wasn't something that just anyone could possess. If one's reincarnation technique wasn't good enough, one could only rely on luck. However, the probability of awakening divine powers was similar to winning the lottery. It was possible to think about it, but not everyone had the luck to win the lottery. Kiliakosm returned to one divine art could increase the probability. It could increase to about 1%. From 1 in a few million to 1% was already a huge increase. Of course, Chun Zhao had also thought that if he was lucky, he might be able to win once. However, to Chun Zhao, the 1% chance was still not enough. Because of this, Chun Zhao had a deep impression of this technique. Chapter 2742. The Taoist blood ancestors' cultivation technique was very similar to the Kiliakosm return to one divine art, but they were also different. Of course, the old liar didn't believe him. The Taoist blood ancestor was a heretical sect, while Longhu Mountain's celestial master sect was a righteous sect. The two were completely unrelated. How could the Taoist blood ancestor use a cultivation technique from the Dragon Tiger Mountains heavenly master sect? But Taoist narrowed his eyes at Chun Zhao. You actually recognize my cultivation technique? Are you a disciple of Longhu Mountain's celestial master sect? If I say yes, will you let me go? Chun Zhao chuckled as he looked at blood ancestor Taoist. Blood ancestor Taoist laughed too, but then he suddenly pointed at Chun Zhao. Blood boil. The next moment, a blood-colored mist suddenly enveloped Chun Zhao. At the same time, the temperature of the blood-colored mist rose to more than 1,000 degrees. Even at a distance of 2 meters, Old Liar and Rolling could feel the scorching hot steam. The two stared at Chun Zhao, who was enveloped in shock. I'm sorry, Chun Zhao, who was enveloped in the blood-red mist, suddenly asked. Apart from the sauna, do you have any other uses? Then, the blood-colored mist dispersed. However, the scattered mist once again gathered around blood ancestor Taoist. You don't look like a little Taoist. Blood ancestor Taoist looked at Chun Zhao in confusion. A normal Taoist priest wouldn't be able to block his attack, even if he was from Dragon Tiger Mountain's celestial master sect. You seem to be mistaken about something. I am not a Taoist priest, nor am I a disciple of the celestial master sect of Longhu Mountain. Impossible. Since you can recognize the boundless convergence divine art, then you can only be a disciple of the Longhu Mountain's celestial master sect. I just went to the library of the celestial master sect on Mount Longhu a few days ago. Do you think I'll believe that? Ask the old man beside you if he believes it or not. Even the old liar didn't believe Chun Zhao, let alone the blood ancestor. What kind of place was the celestial master sect of Longhu Mountain? You, an outsider, want to go to the library of Mount Longhu? Do you think celestial master Zhang is a pushover? That fellow would not be happy without meat for 3 meals a day. That guy didn't hesitate to eat people. The title of #1 in the world was not just for show. Blood ancestor Dallas considered himself a ruthless person, but in front of Zhang Tianyi, he still had to cower. Therefore, he did not believe that an outsider could stroll around the library of the Celestial Master Sect on Longhu Mountain. It doesn't matter if you believe me or not. You just need to know that I'm very rich. I'm so rich that Zhang Tianyi wouldn't be angry even if I threw money at his face. You're the first person who dares to say such things about Zhang Tianyi. If I told you that Zhang Tianyi would be afraid of me, would you believe me? The look in Blood Ancestor Dallas' eyes was enough to explain his answer. I don't believe it. Blood Ancestor Dallas hated Zhang Tianyi to the core. But there was one thing he had to admit. Zhang Tianyi, that old thing, he was really strong. He was a little too strong, even if he had been hiding abroad for 20 years. His cultivation was several times stronger than it was 20 years ago, but he still didn't have the confidence to face Zhang Tianyi. No, it was not just lack of confidence. He knew very well that he would only die if he faced Zhang Tianyi. No matter who you are, no matter what your identity is, no one can save you now. Not even Zhang Tianyi. If that old guy knows that he can save me one day, he'll probably wake up laughing even in his dreams. Even if what you said is true, he won't have the chance to wake up laughing because he'll never have the chance. Blood Ancestor Dallas' right arm suddenly seemed to turn into liquid. More accurately, it seemed to have become an arm made of blood. It was a tangible liquid. Blood Ancestor Dallas suddenly swung at Qin Zhao. The bloody arm did not dissipate. Blood Ancestor Dallas was extremely confident in his methods. This blood poison hand, as long as it came into contact with a drop of blood, it would immediately poison the other party. Blood poison was similar to corpse poison. As long as someone touched the skin, it would seep in. Blood poison would make the poisoned person's blood boil. Unlike the blood-colored mist from before, which only burned the enemy's skin, the blood poison would make the poisoned person's blood boil. The blood poison would directly affect the enemy's body, making the enemy's blood boil. Basically, no one could withstand this kind of boiling. The blood poison hand landed on Qin Zhao easily. After seeing Qin Zhao's skin turn red, the red color seeped in. Blood Ancestor Dallas couldn't help but smile. As for the other old liar, that would be even easier. He was well aware of the old liar's injuries. Back then, he didn't hold back at all. It was a miracle that the old liar survived. Being able to leave behind 1/10 of his peak cultivation was already not bad. Qin Zhao's skin slowly turned red. It was like a rash. Qin Zhao looked at his hands. Soon the redness faded. What kind of attack is this? Poison attack? Or a spell? Qin Zhao asked curiously. The blood ancestor's pupils constricted as he looked at Qin Zhao. How could this be? Why didn't the blood poison work? You're a little weird. Dallas stared at him. If you tell me the secret of how you cured the blood poison, I can consider letting you live. Qin Zhao chuckled. Instead of thinking about letting me live, you should consider using your half-step Shangqing realm cultivation to fight with all your might. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Dallas Blood's expression changed drastically. How did you know? Could the enemy see through his cultivation? How was that possible? Qin Zhao grinned. Generally speaking, very few people can get close to me without me sensing them. However, I didn't notice you even when you showed yourself. Either you're extremely good at hiding, but after seeing your methods with my own eyes, I can confirm that your hiding methods are rather ordinary, so I can only suspect that you have a small world. I can feel some traces of a small world on you. It's very similar to what I felt when I was half a step away from the Shangqing state. It's both that faintly discernible aura. Dallas Blood's expression finally turned serious. He was even a little panicked. That's impossible, right? This man, who didn't even look 30, was a Shangqing realm cultivator? How was that possible? Since when was Shangqing realm so worthless? The old liar was confused. After all, he didn't have a strong background. He didn't have any powerful inheritance. So he'd never heard of Shangqing realm. But from Chun Zhao's words, it sounded like something incredible. As for Rolling, she was even more confused. After all, she was a true outsider. The conversation between Chun Zhao, the old liar, and Dallas Blood was like heaven to her. Chapter 2743. Dallas Blood's expression was cold, but his eyes became serious. "You don't have to bluff," Dallas Blood analyzed calmly. "If you're really half a step into the Shangqing realm or even the Shangqing realm, there's no way your name doesn't exist in the spiritual world. Moreover, there's no precedent of someone reaching the Shangqing realm at your age." He wasn't sure if Chun Zhao was bluffing or not. He was just guessing. At the same time, he was boosting his confidence. Chun Zhao didn't attack, but he was indeed a bit too strong. Dallas Blood's 2 killing moves were completely ineffective against Chun Zhao. However, Dallas Blood planned to use his trump card now. Small world. This was something he'd comprehended from a different path, although it was still quite superficial. This powerful change wasn't just limited to the strength of his dermic powers. It was the strength of all aspects. The feeling of controlling the world in his hands brought him unprecedented pleasure. Instead, it was the feeling of being powerful in all aspects. The feeling of having the world in his hands brought him an unprecedented pleasure. It was the strength of all aspects. The feeling of controlling the world in his hands brought him unprecedented pleasure. He believed that he could easily suppress the 12 great cultivators with just one hand. A trail of blood began to form beneath Dallas Blood's feet. Chun Zhao knew that this was Dallas Blood's spell. Chun Zhao knew that this was the Blood Ancestor's spell. This scene was really similar to a woman's monthly visit. Dallas Blood looked at Chun Zhao coldly. He was angry at Chun Zhao's blabbering, but he believed that Chun Zhao wouldn't be able to laugh very soon. More and more blood appeared under Dallas Blood's feet. More and more blood appeared under Dallas Blood's feet. From the pool of blood, blood demons began to emerge one after another. 8 blood demons appeared from the front and back. 9 transformations, blood demon art. The old liar's expression changed instantly, but Chun Zhao felt something else. These 8 blood demons seemed to be one with Dallas Blood. They didn't seem like monsters, but more like a part of Dallas Blood. This feeling, it was as if these 8 blood demons were Dallas Blood's small world. That's right, it was a small world. Dallas Blood had used this method to successfully reach half a step into the Shangqing realm. Chun Zhao wasn't unfamiliar with such a small world. When he was half a step into the Shangqing realm, Kong Mosa used the same method against his first opponent of the same level. Kong Mosa used his devil army as his own little world, and his power was connected with the devil army. As long as he didn't destroy his demon army, he would have endless power, and his demon army could pollute the entire area, turning the entire contaminated area into a part of Kant's Mosa. Blood Ancestor Dallas, on the other hand, used the Blood Devil as his own little world. It seemed that Blood Ancestor Dallas' small world was much smaller than Kong Mosa's. In fact, at their level, the size of the pocket world did not affect it much. Moreover, Blood Ancestor Dallas' 8 blood demons were probably no weaker than Kong Mosa's demon army. However, it seemed that his little world wasn't perfect. Chun Zhao glanced at the blood demon that Yu Keming had transformed into. Was it because they were still missing one? This was indeed a clever way of doing things. If he was allowed to refine the 9th blood demon into his little world, he would definitely be able to refine it. He should be able to truly enter the Shangqing realm. Although it was a trick, there was no doubt about his strength. At least no one below the Shangqing realm could defeat him. The old liar broke out in a cold sweat. At the moment, Blood Ancestor Dallas was in his eyes. He was no longer just terrifying. He had practically become a demon with boundless magic power. That suffocating aura seemed to have solidified the surrounding air. Blood Ancestor Dallas' confidence also increased with the appearance of the 8 blood demons. He was still unfamiliar with this new realm, but when this power spread throughout his body and mind were changing. Endless power brought endless pleasure and indescribable confidence. The world was under his control. It even gave him an illusion. Even if Zhang Tianyi stood in front of him, he could still fight him. Perhaps this was the origin of the saying, dark 30% stronger and 30% dumber. Blood Ancestor Daolis suddenly roared. In an instant, a huge amount of blood qi turned into a terrifying blood-colored demon behind Blood Ancestor Daolis. Although the blood-colored demon only had a head, it was already emitting a terrifying aura. Kneel! Blood Ancestor Daolis snorted. He had only been halfway to the Shangqing realm for less than half a year, but he had already used it 4 times. Every time his opponents would collapse physically and mentally the moment he activated his little world. This time he had a deeper understanding of the little world. He believed that his opponent this time would be no exception. Rolling could no longer stand and fell to the ground. The old liar was slightly better, but only slightly. His legs were trembling, and he couldn't attack with the peach wood sword at all. The only use of the sword in his hand was to give him some psychological comfort. But he knew that the peach wood sword was completely meaningless. Blood Ancestor Daolis' terrifying strength had already exceeded his previous understanding of him. What kind of old monster was this? Was there no one else in the world who could control this old monster? Not enough. You don't even have the ability to escape. Chen Zhao calmly waved his finger. Humph. The moment Blood Ancestor Daolis snorted, an even more terrifying pressure rushed toward Qin Zhao. The wall behind Qin Zhao also crumbled under the immense pressure. I told you. Qin Zhao raised his right arm and suddenly pinched the air. Not enough. Bang. In an instant, all the bloody light and the blood-colored monster formed by Blood Ancestor Daolis blood qi were crushed. Blood dyed the walls, ceiling, and floor of the room red. The old liar and Blood Ancestor Daolis pupils contracted. How is this possible? Blood Ancestor Daolis looked at Chen Zhao in shock. How did he do it? Blood Ancestor Daolis knew very well how powerful he was. But how did he do it? Why did he shatter his blood god Dharma idol when he didn't feel anything? I want to see more spells that make me feel fresh. Qin Zhao said indifferently. If you can't satisfy my curiosity, then you'll die even faster. Blood Ancestor Daolis had been unbridled and arrogant a moment ago, but now he was frowning deeply. Chen Zhao didn't release his own aura, but even so, Daolis still felt the pressure. Even though Qin Zhao was hiding his strength and aura, he could directly destroy his blood god Dharma? Just this move alone was enough for him to be cautious. Die. Blood Ancestor Daolis' body trembled slightly. The blood on the walls instantly turned into countless blood thorns that shot toward Qin Zhao.